So this is the demographic that we're looking at, that poor people like that who want justice for white indigenous girls that have been treated like bags of shit for years and forced into this awful, awful culture. So that's where it is. And I think we have to start at the top, Baz, when it comes to the Great Reset. But how do we get to the top? Because they've put so many walls in our way that we can't get there. That's all I've got to say, mate. Thank you.
Well, it's certainly not going to happen with the incoming Labour government. I just wanted to ask before we go on hands, you see Toby UK has come up to speak. Hi, sorry, I feel weird calling you Toby. Hi, Nikki. Do you want to just give a shout out to what Toby is to anyone who's listening, and it'll be recorded in the space? Is she there? No, never mind. We will go on hands then. Truth, you were next. Go on, Truth.
It just goes to show the mentality of these people, right? Obviously, I don't know if most probably everybody's seen the state of Hampden Park last night with women's football. Unbelievable, do you know what I mean? So I put a post up, and it's just quite a simple thing. Support the country you live in, or fuck off to the country you support, right? And honestly, see the amount of people I'm getting saying, well, off you trot then, mate. Fuck off then. Fuck off then. I'm like, no, you're not getting this. I'm supporting the country I live in. Yous are supporting a country that you don't live in. I'm telling yous, if you want to support Palestine, fuck off out of Palestine. None of their neighbours want them. And there's a reason for it. Because every country that they go into, crime rates increase and increase and increase. And it's like...
Sorry,
carry on, Truth. I think James did that by mistake.
Sorry, I was most probably boring her, so she just thought, fuck, I'll mute him. But I don't get what these people are saying. It's like when I asked that Neil Hanvey yesterday about his migration, I was really hoping you were going to jump in at one point, Blazo, because I know you have a lot of numbers, especially the NHS one, where you brought up about why do we need these people when we've got X amount spaces, etc. I can't remember exactly it. But see, when I was listening to Neil Hanvey last night, I just thought, if we vote for Albert Park, we're just going to get nearly the same as what the SNP are doing. They're just SNP 2.0 out with the transgender nonsense. I mean, he obviously has a stance in it, and I applaud him for that. But see, that's about the only one thing that he really had and that would make any difference to this country. Everything else is still buying into this woke left-wing narrative. And I'm just at a loss as to what we're going to do in this country. But do you know, I'm glad we're seeing a lot of more people coming in here, and I'm hoping Toby does speak, because she's closer to this than most probably anybody in this group, and because obviously she directly speaks with Tommy and that. So I mean, I'm looking forward to Nikki obviously speaking. It is Nikki, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Nikki. I don't know if she's there right now. Nikki, are you there? No, I'm not sure what's going on. Sorry, I do apologise. We'll try and get Nikki up in a second. Ian, go ahead, mate.
Just give me 2 seconds, big man, 2 seconds.
No problem. Yeah, so obviously with the march today, it's not just about the issues that Tommy has particularly raised in terms of lawfare and two-tier policing. There's also many issues around Islam itself and the term Islamophobia being labelled to people. We'll discuss all that too, because obviously we've got an incoming Labour government and they've made it clear that they want to implement the IPGG definition of Islamophobia, so we'll get onto that later on as well. If anyone has any questions they want to raise, anything they want to say, please come up. You're more than welcome to. We're going to run this space till probably about 3 o'clock. Obviously, the march itself starts in 4 minutes, so the live streams will be going live. If you want to watch them, that's brilliant. I'm going to have one in the background as well, so I can see what's going on. And obviously, if you want to have a say in the space, you're more than welcome to too. So please feel free to come up and say what you want. Ian, are you there, mate? Loads of people who aren't here today. All right, anyone want to put their hand up? Go on, Sharon.
Yeah. Where can you watch the live streams?
If you look in the nest at the top, Sharon, Englishman Dan, he's links to it. So we've got it in the nest at the top. And obviously it's in the comment section as well.
Yeah, I'd rather watch live streams than the news.
Yeah, don't blame me on that one. Yeah, I mean, the live streams are good. They're interesting. Obviously, you get, it's amateur footage on the ground. You know what I mean? It's like it's amongst the crowd and stuff. But you obviously get a front row seat essentially to what's going on. I'll be definitely watching for when the movie starts, which should be around I think about 2:00ish. Jane, are you muting people again?
I'm sorry. I'm so
just
sorry.
Don't touch anything. You don't have to. It's fine. I'll deal with it. It's fine. The footage should start about 2:00, I believe, because the march starts at 1. So people are just gathering from 12. So obviously that's the way that it is going to proceed. Ian's got his hand up though. Go on, Ian.
Sorry, Basil. Still have to work for a living, unfortunately.
It's okay, mate. It's okay. Carry on, mate. What do you want to say?
I was just coming in to say that I'm going to be listening to the space all day. I'm really looking forward to it. On the Neil Hanvey, what the truth was saying last night, again, he is kind of still stuck in a lot of these kind of woke Islamophobia chats and whatever. But I didn't think last night was a place to be kind of going at him on that. It was good of him to come into the space and let his kind of opinions go into the space. So I've got a lot of respect for the guy. Just for his standing up, and I hope that, kind of like the European Union, I feel like the best way to kind of approach these people is to almost educate them and give them more information rather than attacking them on their beliefs, because he was obviously one of the MPs that was all for moving back into Europe, and now he's changed his opinion on it. I'm assuming at the beginning he was also into a lot more of these woke things as well, and it's like everybody needs to kind of come to this information themselves. It's kind of like you can shout information at people and they don't take it in, especially men, because we're quite stubborn creatures by nature. But whereas, like, obviously you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. So I feel like a lot of these conversations are really, really important, especially for people like Neil, because they do, although I disagree, and there was a lot of stuff that I was going to come back and kind of, again, I get quite offensive with these stuff, so I was going to come back and attack him, and I thought, no, this is better to have a wider conversation about other issues and let him come to certain conclusions on his own. So the space last night was absolutely fantastic again, Basil. And I'll be dropping in and out, obviously, because I am at work. But I just want to say, anybody that's in the chat as well, make sure and give Basil and Jane a follow, just in case there are, because we've seen these issues before where as soon as people start kind of not spreading the mainstream narrative, there's a bit of fuckery starts to come afoot. So just keep that in mind, and obviously Basil will always reopen the space if it gets shut down for any reason.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, I echo your sentiments. I think last night was a chance for people to speak to an actual working politician. I know obviously the government's just been, Parliament's just been shut down so for the election, so people aren't technically MPs, but obviously Neil Hanvey has been an MP for the last 5 years. Those issues that get talked about. It's interesting from the Islamophobia point of view, because you've got to remember, while I'm sure the vast majority of this space will have a position on Islamophobia, on Islam within the country, on the issues of mass migration, we do share the country with people who don't, and they have a very different perspective. But just like other issues, people learn and they develop and they change their opinions over time. I think a lot of people here will say that they probably didn't like Tommy Robinson when they first found him, when they first talked about him, when they first discussed him. They probably had a major issue with him. And then over time, they maybe changed that position. I know I did. I used to read the paper and I thought, oh, it's far-right hooligans. That's what it is. It's Nazis. These are these people. They don't deserve to be talked about or respected or anything like that. And then I watched a documentary that was done by the BBC. It was called My Hometown Extremists, I believe, by I'll have to get a name, 2 seconds. But yeah, anyway, my mind went blank there for a second. But there was My Hometown Fanatics.
That was the one. Stacey Dooley, Basil.
Stacey Dooley, thank you very much. Yeah, My Hometown Fanatics by Stacey Dooley. Right, great documentary. If anyone hasn't seen it, you can find it. It's still online. I believe it's actually on Daily Motion. It's like a similar site to YouTube. You can watch the whole documentary there. And it was stark. It was really stark. This is 2012 when this came out. And it was stark to see what had happened. And she went and spoke to Tommy, and she went and spoke to the quote unquote other side, which is, happened to be his butt to here. It's no accident that Tommy Robinson grew up in the same town as his butt to here. And that was who are now prescribed, by the way, a banned organisation in the UK, right? Only happened recently, but they are now banned. And the truth of the matter is, when you grow up in a town where the Islamist movement is dominated by people like that who take the book absolutely literally and they promote all of the worst things about the Quran, then you're going to have a response. And it happened to be Tommy who happened to fall at the head of that response. And that's how he came to being. But what I always say to politicians and moderates, and I would say this to Neil Hanvey as well if he was here, or anybody else, I actually said this to a politician once. I won't name her, but I did say this to a politician once. And he said, you know, you've got to understand, Tommy Robinson, whether you like him or not, is a symptom. He's not the disease, right? The disease came from somewhere else. The rot started somewhere else. And it might not have been Tommy Robinson, but it would have been someone. Someone would have stepped up and said, I am not having you burning our flags at... You've got to remember, these were veterans' marches. That's where this all started. It was the army returning home from Iraq and Afghanistan to be greeted by crowds of Hizb ut-Tahrir, who were basically an Islamist, now prescribed group, but they were saying things like baby killers, and they were burning the British flag. And that, you've got to remember, in our country, and it is our country, it is going to piss some people off. And I explained this to this politician who... I might as well have been talking French to her. She was Labour. But there you go. Anyway, we'll keep going around hands. Truth, you're up to speak. Go ahead, Truth.
Can I just add one quick thing before I drop down, Basil? Also, what I wanted to say is there was talk earlier on in the chat about like little white girls that have been attacked. Just for the record, Islam does not care about the colour of your skin. They only care if you're a follower of Islam or not. We've got unbelievably good people in this country of all colours and creeds who have built this country up with us. You look at Windrush, they came here to help us rebuild the country after it was destroyed. So we've got a lot of people with different colours and creeds, and the followers of Islam don't care. They don't care. You're either an Islamist or you're not. So I think also that's something that, and Tommy's really good at speaking about that as well, is he's got a lot of Hindu friends, he's got a lot of black friends, he's got a lot of friends of different colours and creeds. Colour doesn't matter. We're all British. We're all in this same island. We're all the same culture. We're all fighting for the same stuff. So the colour of people's skin does not change anything for me. What really matters to me is the culture, and that's the real problem with this extreme Islam, is that they don't want our culture. They want to bring Sharia law here, and they don't care. They do not care about the colour of skin, so we shouldn't either.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ian, and I think it does need to be said that you've got to remember, if anyone's interested about the grooming gangs or paedophile gangs, there's a great book by a guy called Peter McLaughlin called Easy Meat, and it goes into the whole thing over 20 years, from 1996 to 2016. And what you realise when you read that book is originally it was actually Sikh and Hindu girls that were targeted first. They only moved on to white British girls when they realised that these poor girls, there was no one sticking up for them. They were in the care system, which is not really a care system. It's more a dragging up system. And they basically targeted them because they knew they could get away with it.
Do you know something? There's a book out there by one of the girls who survived in, I think it's Rochdale. She's wrote a book about her experience and how it happened to her and everything. It's a really good book. Nobody's seen it at all. She's one of the survivors. It is. But yeah, I think this country is on the verge of a tipping point. What I've seen today where I live, again, is the council covering up things quickly, very quickly. This morning, I was out with my other half for a walk early this morning. The council were cleaning up walls. Where I live, there's a mosque. And someone has put an expression on the mosque, and they were cleaning it as quick as possible to get it off that mosque. But the other side of the road, there's loads of rubbish. They were doing nothing about the rubbish or anything like that. They were just cleaning that, and they cleaned it and cleared off. They did. And where I live now, without nobody knowing about it, the council have given the go-ahead for, listen to this, a community Muslim centre right in an area that has mostly white people, British people, and the travelling community. And they're going to put this centre in the middle of where I live. How's that's just asking for problems. That's going to end up in so much anger and people going absolutely nuts. The council don't care. I think, like a lot of people have said, is they're afraid to do anything in this country now. They're afraid. There's nobody to stand up to them or anything. They're walking over it because it comes down to one thing, and people not realise or saying about it. Yeah? What language does most people speak? English. Yeah, they all speak English. That's why they come to this country, because they can speak English. If they go to Russia or an Eastern European country or China, they don't speak the language and they literally stick out and they're going to be absolutely like moaned at and kicked out the country. But because of this country, everybody speaks, 90% of the world speaks English, and they are taught to speak English from a very young age. No other language. They're not even they don't talk their own language. They are taught to speak English. And people, that's what they don't bring up on about it at all. And it annoys me because none of these medias or anybody brings it up. They are taught, they teach their kids to speak English straight away so they can get into this country. Because it's basically, if you're Pakistani heritage or Bangladeshi heritage or any of that heritage, you can actually claim to come in this country because they're a part of our Commonwealth. And they don't tell you that. It's in the Commonwealth rule book. That's what they don't want you to know about. You have to dig down deep inside it. But any Commonwealth country, you can claim asylum in this country straight away. As long as you can prove you come from that country, you can claim asylum. They don't tell you that. That's in the rule book of the Commonwealth book. It's deep down inside it, because my friend found it out for me. I don't know if many people know about that, but that's a really grey area. They don't like to bring out. That was brought in under Thatcher. Thatcher brought that in, and it was under the Labour government of the 70s as well, ratified it. They put it through the back door. They did. And people don't realise that. They don't. It's quite a unique rule. I didn't know about it until a couple of years ago, everything. But there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on that I think that it's going to end up with this country. It's going to be civil unrest. There'll be civil unrest and violence. You can see it happening. And I think the turning point will be Kent, where I live in Kent. I think it's going to blow up, because it's dying. Kent's dying, like Dover, Folkestone. I'm up in Maidstone. Maidstone's dying. It's literally dying because you can't do anything. You can't go anywhere. Everything's closing. No one wants to be here in Kent. It's just falling to pieces.
Thanks very much for that, Craig. I believe it was Truth next. Go on, Truth.
Hi, cheers, mate. It's just that see the thing is, we're talking about Tommy here, and Gordon brightly brought this up earlier on there. I mean, Tommy, when he was a young laddie, right, most probably went about it the wrong way, because he was first on his journey, and he was maybe going about things the wrong way as he started out. But as the man's got older, all the guy has been doing has been fighting to show and expose what's actually genuinely happening in this country. Do you know what I mean? And I didn't really have an opinion of Tommy, because I didn't know about Tommy until I seen I came onto social media and I was seeing him. And at first I thought, look at this guy. This guy's out here showing this and showing that. I didn't know he was a football hooligan, etc., etc. So I've always had a great deal of respect for Tommy. Do you know what I mean? And look, the guy's trying his hardest to get people, and he gets absolutely battered at every turn that he do you know what I mean? He goes round the corner and he just gets battered. But the good thing about it is there's a lot more people now are starting to wake up. There are more people like myself who've been in the army before as well. Do you know what I mean? It was like Robbie brought up something the other night there, and I thought it was absolutely fantastic when they were talking about Brit Girl. And we know what Brit Girl's kind of views are, and we get why she's like the way she is. Do you know what I mean? But Robbie rightly pointed out, it's no longer about being racist towards colour, but racist towards a culture. And it's a culture that's completely dangerous and does not fit in with British values and British society. Do you know what I mean? And it's something that needs to get a grippy. And I don't know if we've got a government that's strong enough to stand up to these people and say, no, you either sit down, shut the fuck up, fit into your society, or you're getting fucked on a plane and fucked back. And can I just add one more thing, because I know Craig gets quite passionate about things. But again, people, just put your hands up. Basil and Jane have got to have a hard job keeping this space under control today, because everybody's got one to say something about this. Just put your hands up, and you're going to get your chance to speak, and we will listen.
Thank you very much, Truth. Much appreciated again. Yeah, obviously the space today, like I say, it's not two-tier policing will be at the heart of it, because obviously that's what the march is about today. But obviously I want to expand the conversation, include Tommy Robinson, your thoughts on Tommy. If you were, like I say, like me, you thought that Tommy was bad news, you thought that he was a far-right Nazi, whatever, and you changed your mind on him, I want to hear about that too, and explain, you know, how your view of him has changed over time. At the end of the day, he is a political figure in this country, and he needs to be talked about, right? Because he has a massive following and a massive message to put out there. I personally think I've seen a change of sentiment in this country over the last 10 years. I really have. So from sort of 2014 to now, slowly, because, and partly because of what was said earlier, where Gordon said, where he said Tommy's been off social media, I think that's actually helped him. I think that he's changed
I agree with that,
a lot of the message that he's put out, and try to stay more on point and not be as random and not be as physically aggressive and intimidating as he was. You got to remember, under the EDL, it did bring about a culture that was very, very intimidating and, it must be said, very racist. Tommy admitted that himself. He said on LBC he lost control of the EDL, he lost control of the message, and it got taken over in a lot of respects, or at least it got looked at by people who had far more nefarious views than anything Tommy Robinson has said, and he lost control, and that's part of the reason why he left. He has admitted that he misses it. It was the best thing that he ever put together. It was his proudest achievement, but at the same time, he couldn't control it. Now, I think he's learned a lot of lessons since then. You'll notice he's talking about today being not a protest, but a celebration, things like that. And he notices that the crowds have changed. And he actually said this in Charlie Sansom's space once. He said you're getting a lot more women coming along as well to these marches, a lot more guys who don't, kind of like football, how football changed from the 80s, you know, the atmosphere at these events has become a lot more jovial, a lot more inclusive of other people. You don't necessarily have to be, quote unquote, how people would see it, maybe in the news, some sort of very thuggish behaviour. You don't have to employ those kind of behaviours to fit in, do you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that's what the EDL promoted. I'll go on the truth.
Just sorry to interrupt here, mate, because it's just something you said there. I mean, you're absolutely bang on. Tommy's been all over social media the last couple of days, begging people not to give the media any ammunition against their cause, telling people to keep calm heads, don't get involved in fights, try and keep away from the antagonism that they're going to face. I mean, the police were on the phone to them yesterday. I don't know if anybody's seen that, because they were asking him to change can't possibly change or cancel his march because there's a protest against him. Do you know what I mean? And that's wrong. He's already had this planned in. These people want to protest against him. The police should have been turning and saying, "You can fuck off. This is another march today." And as Gordon that say, they're trying to shut our freedom of speech down to allow this ideology to get louder. And as I say, I think Tommy is doing a great job. And if anybody did see him yesterday, I mean, he was practically in tears, begging people, please do not get involved in violence tomorrow. Keep it calm, keep it right, and let's march and show them that we're not the organisation that people think we are.
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, it's about staying on message. It's about convincing people that the message that they've got to say is not only an important one, but it's a just one. That it's not about dividing people. It's actually about uniting people to a real cause that really needs to be discussed within our country. We need real solutions to the problems we have. Unfortunately, for too long, politicians have ignored it and minimised these problems and said that these problems don't exist. Well, I'm sorry, they do, and there's enough people out there who are absolutely determined to see this country change for the better, that they can't just keep go on ignoring it. I've seen Tommy do events, not me personally, but I'm saying that he has done events around the country regarding these quote unquote paedophile gangs, grooming gangs, whatever you want to call them. And these videos are out there now for you to watch and see some of the things that go on behind the scenes. I advise anybody to watch any of his documentaries and make up your mind for yourself based on what you see. His BBC Panorama documentary was fascinating, absolutely fascinating. For those who haven't seen it, it's called Panodrama, And I absolutely recommend it, because you will see the tactics that people have gone to, the lengths they've gone to in the media to smear this man. Listen, there are plenty of things about Tommy Robinson I personally don't like. I'm happy for people to express those opinions up here today and explain why you don't like him, but no one needs to be lied about and smeared. Even if you don't like someone, you shouldn't want them to be smeared. The truth of the matter is the BBC Panorama documentary revealed that John Sweeney from Panorama was trying to encourage a woman to lie about some sort of, he hinted at some sort of sexual touching up. I can't remember the words he used exactly, but it was hinting at he wanted her to make a false allegation about Tommy Robinson to smear him. And again, those things should disgust anyone. Even if you're a neutral arbiter in this, even if you don't like Tommy Robinson, you shouldn't be proud of that, because if that can happen to him, that can happen to anyone. You have to remember that if people are willing to do it to a famous face like Tommy Robinson, they'd be willing to do it to you. And that's not the society we should want to bring our kids up in. We should want to change that for the better, and we're going to talk more about that today. So again, if anyone wants to come up,
talk there, Basil, and James,
no problem.
Me again.
No problem. I just want to say, if anyone wants to come up and talk about any of the issues around Tommy Robinson, two-tier policing, Islam in the UK, mass immigration, it's all linked into it, the refugees, the boats, the asylum seekers and so on, Israel-Palestine, a massive part of this issue, right? A massive part of this issue. If you want to come up and speak about it, what's been going on with the marches and stuff like that through London, you're more than welcome to. We'll keep going around hands though. I believe it was Robbie next and then Israel. Go on, Robbie.
Yeah, I was just going to say about Tommy Robinson. I've been aware of him for quite some time. He was sort of, for a long time, he was my sort of little guilty secret because I've always supported his message. And luckily, he's become more acceptable to the mainstream. And so I don't have to quite keep so quiet about it. Yeah, the guy's done really well. Imagine if Tommy Robinson, who's obviously a working class lad out of Luton, imagine if he'd gone to Eton instead of the local comp. Yeah. Imagine that. He'd now be like all our government have. Imagine if he'd been from the right side of the street. Yeah, that guy would be in the House of Commons now, and he would probably be the most sensible voice in the House of Commons at the moment. He would have been fighting against immigration since the day he was first elected, you know. But he didn't, did he? He went to a comprehensive school. He's one of us, if you like. He's one of the regular people, and this, I think, highlights the divide between all of us who know what's going on, who live the life, who walk down the street and see what's going on, and the people that get their shopping delivered from Fortnums and Masons, and nobody nasty lives in their area. So, you know, it just highlights again the divide between, and I think one of the biggest betrayals, I mean, the Conservatives have always been the Conservatives, they've always been Tories, and I've always previously voted for them simply because my politics lean to the right. The Labour Party, however, were formed for the working class, and they've abandoned the working class for ages. I can't remember the last time they represented the working class. Maybe the 70s would be the last time they represented the working class, the British working classes. They've entirely abandoned the working class. They've brought in identity politics. I mean, the Tories are not a lot better, don't get me wrong. In fact, you know, I wouldn't vote for either. But I think the reason you have Tommy Robinsons, if you like, is how out of touch the Labour Party and the Conservative Party are with the electorate. But because of our rotten two-party system, we have no choice. You've got to vote one or the other, or you previously had to vote one or the other. And this is what I've been arguing with Nikki for a few days about. I hope I haven't upset her, but we've had some fairly volatile discussions about she wants to vote Conservative. And I'm saying they're as guilty as Labour of you know, putting us in the position we're in. I've been listening to I think the Americans call him Basil about the SDP, and they sound tempting as well. You know, I mean, basically, I think if we're going to vote for the right, we've got to go SDP if you like, reform if you want, but we just can't give the Tories our votes. We can't reward them. We need to smash the Tories so that we can have an actual real right-wing alternative. Yeah, and the Labour Party, as I say, lost cause. They've turned their back on the British working class. What I'm waiting for is the British working class to turn their back on Labour like they did in the Red Wall. And I think this is what's going to start to turn things, when we've just got to get out of the habit of voting for the same party that our parents did. You know, we've got to get out of the habit of, we've got to start thinking about policies and start looking at what it actually means to us, rather than just going, I'm Labour, my mum's Labour, you know, that's just that. Those days have gone. You've got to be more, you've got to be a little bit more politically aware, I think, and it's beholden upon you. This is the future of our nation. So that's basically what I've got to say. And the only last thing I'd say, by the way, about Tommy is bless him, bless his energy, bless everything he's doing. And I really hope that there isn't a problem in London today like there was in Mannheim yesterday, because talk about a massive target for the other side. There's thousands of people wandering around London today supporting a better Britain, and it wouldn't surprise me if a certain religion wasn't to see that as a massive target. And let's hope they don't. Let's hope it passes off peacefully.
Yeah, absolutely, Robbie. I'm sure they're very aware, in particular with the attack in Germany yesterday, which again, I advise anyone to go and look at the BBC website coverage of that attack in Germany yesterday, and you can clearly see that the bias is onshore. It's barely even mentions the attacker himself, and it focuses entirely on one of the victims who they describe as far-right and anti-Islam activist. I don't think there's a problem with describing as an anti-Islam activist, but certainly to just say that they're far-right, Islamophobic, the normal things that come out. And look, I don't know much about the guy, but I know that the people there yesterday were expressing their freedom of speech and what they believe is wrong for their country, and no one should be attacked violently like that. And yes, again, you will see from the media, they clearly show a perspective, they clearly have a bias, and it clearly is a problem. We're just watching the live stream right now. Charlie Sansom's I've just watched him literally text me back while he's on the live stream there. It's so weird watching everyone up, but it's great. The music, I guess, is about to start. I think Tommy's going to get up and speak shortly. You can see them setting up. So that's really good. If anyone's not watching the live stream, it's just in the comments and it's in the nest at the top. Tommy also put a message up about going to Victoria Station as well. So if anyone who's there, just double check that to make sure you know what's going on. Right, we'll keep going through hands though. I believe it was Sharon next. Go on, Sharon. Sorry, I do apologise. It wasn't Sharon. It was Am Israel. Am Israel, put your hand down. Am Israel, it was you next. Go on.
Yeah, thank you very much. I came across this chat yesterday and I was listening to it. Very interesting, by the way. I'm not British. I'm an outsider, as you can see from my profile. And I have a lot to say. I feel your frustration. I've listened to Tilly yesterday and Louis and Gordon this morning. I believe that there is a way. I come from a country that's been, dealing with Islam and lots of terror attacks and everything. And I'd like to say something to you. The Islamophobia, what they say, I think it's a BS. It's a one BS, because this is their way of saying, okay, you don't like us, so you're like Islamophobic. And it's their way of getting into the country like they've done in the UK and Europe, which was a big mistake. They come slowly. I want you to think about when they first came to the UK, okay? They come slowly, like to work. They work in a, cheap, they don't charge a lot of money for their work, and that's how they spread. Okay, they've got each man has 4 wives, which has more kids. Okay, and they dress differently. They don't accept the rules of the country like you see right now in the UK. They impose themselves. You got to understand something. Islam doesn't coexist. It cannot coexist with any other religion. In Jewish people, Christians, whoever. If somebody doesn't believe in Islam, they kill him. And when they become a majority, like you see right now in Europe and also in the UK, unfortunately, which I used to be in the UK for so many times, but not anymore, because something has to change there. And this is where you come in the picture, because this next election is very crucial. And there is a way. You have to vote far right. You have to, or any right. The Labour, like Gordon said, or somebody else said before me, forgot the name. Sorry. The Labour has let you down. If something doesn't work, you change it. Are you listening to me? I'm sorry. I'm new to this
we
chat.
can hear. I'm just listening to you. Go. Keep going. Keep going, Amirzel.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. And anyway, so this is right now you see in UK, you see that like they're trying to impose their religion, their Sharia law, and this is going to be a very big mistake because I fear for the UK. And yeah, you have to make basically a change in this country because the UK used to be such a beautiful place to visit. And Tilly said something yesterday. She said it's going to you have to understand, I think, Israel and Iran, because, yeah, I mean, lots of people in Iran also, they want change. Not many are extremists, but the ones who came to the UK, they are very extremist, and they're not really refugees. They're not. It's just a way of Islam of conquering places without a single like a gunshot, sorry. So this is the way it works. And I really hope Tommy Robinson will be like the next Geert Wilders. Okay, I really hope so. I really hope for the best for the UK.
Thank you very much, Sam Israel. Very important point she raised. Again, there's obviously the ongoing conflict in Israel, which is a lot of people would argue is the forefront of this conflict. Some people see this as not just an issue that is affecting Europe right now in terms of immigration. They see it as a wider conflict with Islam. We have to remember that it wasn't that long ago there was an attempt at establishing an Islamic caliphate in the form of ISIS. There are people in the Middle East right now absolutely determined to bring about that again. They see, I'm just saying what they see, not all Muslims, of course, but there is a growing coalition within Muslims on planet Earth, if you look at the polls, that say that Sharia law is the way that we are supposed to live. And when they've looked at how American foreign policy and Western foreign policy is adapted, they now see this as a fight between the West in Christianity and Islam in the Middle East. That's not my words. You can go online and find many imams who say exactly the same things. I recommend anybody to go and read the book by Ed Hussein, a former Muslim, called Among the Mosques. He went on a tour around the UK and he reported in his book exactly what he heard. And unfortunately, about 60 to 80% roughly of the mosques in this country appear to be promoting the very worst verses in the Quran. Salman Abedi, who...
Can I say one more thing? Sorry, I'm just thank you for everybody who's listening to me. You know that I think, I don't know who said, I think Lou yesterday, he said that maybe from being naive, he said, okay, you got to go to these people, to the Muslims. Okay, I dare to call them Muslims because that's what they are. He said, you go there and you tell them you come to this country, you accept our laws. There is a clause in the Quran, okay, that it's called taqiyya. That means that even if it's a written agreement or any kind of agreement, and they tell you, yes, it's fine, okay, it's allowed to lie. In their eyes, it's allowed to lie. Even Muhammad, when he had agreements with countries and places, he said, yeah, and then basically he killed those people. Okay, so you don't believe those people, even right now, those extremists, you say extremist, okay? Like, let's say there are all kinds of people there in Islam. There are Pakistans and Hindus. And my God, when I went last time to Camden Market, it was like little Pakistan. So you cannot think for a second that, okay, this person is quiet, is not as extremist, okay? Because they're all the same. Because when time comes, they will all be together. That's what they do. Okay, yeah. So you have to understand that. Anyway, I spoke enough. I wish for the very best for the UK. I really pray that, the right wing will go up. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, I think we shouldn't have to see this as a left-right issue. I really believe that, people like me who are on the left of politics but believe in reality and see evidence before their eyes and witness what's going on, at the end of the day, this always affects working class people more. Mass immigration affects working class people more. It benefits, I would say, richer people. This is what's kind of happened in our society. And as a side issue of that, Islam has came with it. And this is why it shocks me every day when we hear things that are going on in our country that, wasn't normal 30 years ago. Right now, Islam is the #1 cause of terrorism in the UK, in Europe and worldwide. I don't even know why I have to say that. Why are we even talking about this? Because we've done this to ourselves. We've allowed people to come here who unfortunately are not. Sorry, I'm gonna have to mute your mic, Israel, because we're getting feedback. But we've allowed people to come here who unfortunately peddle a very nasty ideology. Now, we've done it on the basis of we know an awful lot of Muslims are lovely people who are happy to be good citizens and part of our society, and that's absolutely fine. But we also have to recognise that an awful lot of Muslims do not. And when I say an awful lot, if you just look at the polling of British Muslims, not Middle East Muslims, British Muslims, and some of the views they have around homosexuals and around Sharia and around supporting certain groups such as Hamas, it is very concerning. And you've got to remember they're only 6.5% of the population right now. And this is what Tommy has been promoting for the longest time, that there is a problem here and it needs to be discussed and dealt with. But I want to hear more voices. So Kindred, you're next. Go on, Kindred.
All right, Basil, sorry, I'm just eating at a minute. I thought Gordon was before me.
No problem. It was obviously Gordon spoke a bit. I was just going to get you up as a new speaker. No problem, Kindred. We'll keep going around hands. Sharon, you're next. Go on, Sharon.
Just a quick one. Going back to the grooming gangs a minute. You want to check out the trifecta of Ted Heath, Lord Mountbatten, and Jimmy Savile back in the 80s and 90s, where they used to go into the care homes and basically go shopping, and even connected with Childline. And if you go onto Sean Atwood's YouTube page, you can see all the survivor stories, and they will blow your mind. And it's an institutional thing rather than just the grooming gangs. It goes deeper than the grooming gangs. So, but that's going off topic, but I just wanted to make people aware. Okay.
Thank you very much, Sharon. We'll keep going around hands. I believe it was Pablo next. Pablo's.
And we need to give them something to believe in. And the first thing to believe in is their country and their identity and their culture.
And we've got to work out how to put Tommy's speaking voice on like -2 level speed. He talks like it's.
Did you see my mum's message? Speak slowly, Stephen, this morning, and breathe in between sentences. Do you know, I'm so used to when I was always doing interviews when I was years ago. I was so used to trying to get my point across because I know you can shut me down. So there you go. There. So yeah, I need to slow down. Good boy. Remember that. And breathe. I hope we get here and it's exciting.
I think it will be.
I hope people manage.
I've been phoned by a mate who is lovely. Just walked to my dogs when I'm not around, and he went, "I'm coming." I've never wanted to go to anything before in my life. And I'm coming, and I'm bringing my missus. So he said,
Yeah, she's with us, actually. Andy. She's with us, yeah?
Andy, just hold her arm, just guide her back for her. Okay, just be alright.
Let's see what we're doing.
Be alright.
Let's see what we're doing. Look after it. We've got 15,000 lives.
Man.
What? 15,000 lives.
Keep the pace up, don't slow us down.
And if you're watching this live, share it everywhere. You're going to be able to follow the day today, the entirety of it. How are we going to, when we're doing a live stream, is the film automatically going to play? No. Yes. Hey, how is it going to play?
I'm going to have to point the camera at the screen.
I'll point the camera, so you'll have to get out in the crowd, yeah? Because we can't stand. Yeah. Because we can't watch it where we are. Yeah. I want to get out in the crowd and watch the film as well. Yes, we've got a great film, and this man carrying the camera has made a work of art, made it look great. Well done, Aidan.
Is this the guy?
This is the guy.
This is the guy.
This is the guy.
This is the guy.
Turn the camera around. There he is. Hey, Mark Rowley, it's his fault.
Right, I'm off.
ResignMarkRowley.com. ResignMarkRowley.com. If you want to restore any faith, you've got to start somewhere. Cut the head off the snake. Mark Rowley has failed this country. The Metropolitan Police Force have failed this country. They've failed the Jewish community 100%, but they've failed every one of us. Yeah? Mark Rowley must leave. if you want to restore any faith. I'm surprised the tensions have already not boiled over. They've been a total failure. So, Rebel Media, thank you for coming, darling. All the way from Canada. Thank you, Ezra. Come on. We've got media passes today. Do you know who we've got media passes to? All the citizen journalists. No one else. So Sky News, BBC News, any of the mainstream media. Go away, you're irrelevant. No one wants your twisted, manipulated stories. Are you? Right, how far are we?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Let's go. I feel, honestly, at this point, I felt nervous all morning because I wanted to make sure the screen worked. When I saw the screen, I needed to see it was working. I thought they might try and block the screen turning up. I didn't even share the threatening message the police sent me last night about this event. So I've been nervous all morning. I've been worried.
Eyes left.
When we get here,
Blue bag.
when we get here and see people, hopefully, those nerves can settle. And we had an agreement with the police that they stay in the back streets, but we don't really see them because there's no opposition really. If they're doing their job, I just want to get here and see a sea of patriotism. Flags. There's nothing more beautiful than the St George's flag and the Union flag. You know, any flag. When you see a country's flag flying, when I go to Spain, when I go to Portugal, when I see them flying, it's a beautiful sight. And unfortunately, for the last 6 months, what we've seen is jihadist flags, is ISIS flags, Al Qaeda flags, Hamas, Hezbollah. We've seen terrorist flags. That's all the scenes have been in this nation. Today, we're going to give you back the optics of what London should look like. What do you reckon, Tomo? I reckon it's going to be big, mate. There's thousands of waiting for it. Oh, boys, what's the time? You start a revolution. 20 to 1, yeah? Yeah. We leave at 1. What's the bike? People have travelled all the way from everywhere in the country. If we'd have had little dots of all the people that were travelling, I was trying down to London today would have been great. I said it would have been great if we'd have had a couple of dots showing where people are coming from, just descending on central London. The idea is people are coming on their own at the minute, yeah? What we want to build by the next time is that every area gets, the people know each other in those areas. Which way, Richard? Which way is it, Richard?
I thought it was that way.
Richard? Definitely this way. This way, go. Who's got Google Maps? Okay.
Sneak hard, which way?
Right, Mum, I love you. And I'm going to breathe, right? I'm going to remain calm, speak, no I'm not, actually. I'll try to remain calm, try to speak slowly. What's the saying? They said we couldn't, they said we wouldn't, so we did. Lads.
There's no need for that, riding into the crowd. Just antagonising. Forget it, we move on. Right, comfortably over the street. Not doing a rush and get to Parliament Square. Yeah, classes for it. What do you think, Lawrence? Talk to me. I am happy. I'm so excited because I'm so disappointed in the political class. And I think that in order to be invited into the political class, you have to completely refuse to talk about culture. And our country has been utterly transformed in 30 years, and no one's ever had a say in it. And each political party promises they'll do something about it, and no one does anything about it. So it's good to see now it's something that people can hold on to, a brotherhood, a brethren, a family of people that go, you're going to be heard, you're going to be able to speak, you don't need to be ashamed of who you are. That's what I think.
And everyone wants us to fail today, yeah? Everyone. Politicians, the media, the establishment, they all want us to fail.
Well, they're going to say we failed anyway, but it doesn't matter, you can't, once you start a fire, you know, that fire grows. And that's it, and that's what this is. This is the beginning of something important.
Come on.
That's the most important thing. It's just day one.
Yeah, yes.
Day one.
Did you hear that, Rishi Sunak?
Well, Rishi can't hear you.
No, actually.
Because he's having his suede Prada loafers cleaned up after he's knocked one out over them.
Keir Starmer, did you hear that? Okay? You're going to be the next leader. We're only just getting started.
We are. And also, it's a lot of your voters, Keir, that like this sort of stuff. They voted for Brexit and stuff like that. So, you know, you can try and bring in your Race Equality Act and all the divisive rubbish you're going to bring in, but you're going to see a big pushback from everybody else. We don't want to be obsessed with race. We don't want to be obsessed with sexuality. We don't want to be obsessed with anything except what's going on inside here and here. Everything else, no one gives a shit about. Thank you.
Go on. Amen. Amen. And Big Don, what's your name? Where'd you come from, bro?
Don Keith came all the way from Detroit, Michigan.
Detroit, Michigan. Come on.
That's right. That's
He's
right.
from America.
Yeah, big supporters. You have a lot of supporters in America, Tom.
What's your Twitter handle, Don?
At Real Don Keith on Twitter.
Make sure you give him a follow. If you're watching it, get that up and give him a follow, all right? What we want to do today... Watch out, go left. What we want to do today is we want to give citizen journalists an uplift, yeah? Any citizen journalists. So there's lots going to be here recording today. We're going to try and talk to them, give you their profiles, give you their handles, and make sure you subscribe to them. Gentlemen, here's another one. Yeah? What's your name? Siraj. Siraj, what's your channel called?
Actual coverage.
Actual coverage. What do you do, Siraj?
I do what the so-called journalists don't do. It's their job.
See, he's a citizen journalist, and these are the future. Elon Musk, you spoke about it, you gave us a voice back. These are the people that if you're watching, you need to subscribe to, you need to support. Not the BBC, not Sky News. We are hated by them, yeah? And there's now an army of citizen journalists to get you the truth. So, where can people follow you?
Actual coverage on YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, and
Hear that? Actual coverage. Have a look, search it, follow it. Oi, McDonald's. The big M. The big M. The big M. Said 2 minutes. 2 minutes ago, Turkey. Where's Am? 5 minutes ago. We have got, let's see, 36,000 people watching live. Wow. Come on. Come on, Twitter. 7,000. Thank you, mate. You're about to see the crowd. Becky, we're just turning up now. We're just getting to Victoria. Wicked. Wicked, straight to the front where the stewards are. Okay. All right, bye-bye. Richard. We need to go. So that was Tony. We need to go straight to where the stewards are at the front, yeah? By Wicked. Wicked, yeah? Ahmed. Where's the banner? Yeah, we get it. We get it out and we get to the front. Got time for a double call banner? Oh, man. I haven't even eaten breakfast. I had so much stress, yeah? And I get hangry, so if I'm ranting, that's the reason why. Now I'm walking past McDonald's, Greg's, everything. Sorry, if you're watching this, the demo's going to start half hour late. I'm going to go get a Greg's. What do you think, Rebel Media? Let's get Rebel Media on. Where have you come from? Canada. Montreal. They've come to report you the truth. Yeah, we can't. They're flown in because they know that we can't rely on the mainstream. So, what's your name?
Alexa.
Where can people follow you, Alexa?
Twitter.
What's your profile?
It's The Voice Alexa.
The Voice Alexa.
One, because my family name is Lawfare.
Lawfare.
That is The Voice.
It's The Voice. Okay. All the way from Canada. Are you excited?
Yeah, you.
Hey.
Yeah.
When we get here and see the crowds, I'll do something.
How do you think you have so much support on your side?
I think we've hit a turning point in the UK where people are fed up. They're not listening to lies anymore. They're not listening to mainstream media. They're not listening to labels, to slandering. They know they're being lied to. Where's Wicked? Just the start of it, yeah? Okay, so when we get here, we get the banner. Right. Where's the big okay.
Are we going straight in?
We're going to go to the front, and then we're going to get the banner to the front, and then we'll start the march. Yeah, you have.
I'm going to U5, yeah.
Stay there, keep fighting. Close now, boys.
Go on, let's see. Go on, mate.
Good enough, I'm stoked, mate.
Cheers, bro. Right. Look at the flags, eh?
Okay, let's keep it tight. Let's keep it in. Hey, lad, just keep the circle, man. Where's the stewards? Let's keep the circle now. Where's the circle? Okay, is that stewards there? No. Where? There's two. No, there's only two. Where's the stewards? So where are they? Where's the stewards? Stop here. Stop. Where's the stewards? Circle. Right. Can someone... Richard.
I think you got Tony's phone number alright.
Circle, boys.
Should we just pull this banner
No,
out?
we're meant to be at the front with the stewards, yes? Unless we know where the stewards are. Where's Richard?
Richard! Where are the stewards?
Richard!
Where are the stewards?
Richard!
He's coming.
We've got the banner here, but we're waiting.
Yeah. Where are the stewards? Where are the stewards?
Where's around the corner? So we're going to round that way. Yeah. Let's push up. Let's go. Right. I know I am. See you later. Get the crowd ready. That's my man. You're my hero, Tommy. I love you, my girl. Goes all the way down there. Slow it down a little bit. Right, so someone need, Richard. So they think the stewards will be in. Right then, boys. Let's keep it tight. What's this gauge to the right? What's the dog? Go on, Tommy Sloan. Hello, darling. We're filling Parliament Square. There's only a few people here. There's only 10 or 20 people. The BBC will say 200. Watching this live, share it, show the world there is a British resistance. We're not being replaced silently. Yes, street lights. Hey, lads, calm down. We're with you. Yes,
let's go. Wait a minute. Right, you all right? You all right, guys? Yeah. You all right, Kaz? Where's the front? Where's the front? Just come on. Right, get to the front. Stop walking. Move out of the way. Go out. Go that way. Go that way. Out of the way. Stop everyone walking. Stewards, do a line. Stewards, do a line. Back. Come here. Watch it. Everyone out there needs to push this out now. Let's push this forward. Right, start that. Go to I need to get that side. We're not going to have room for Can we get in behind, please? Get this guerilla out in the front, make some entrance. Move them out of the way. We need to see the banner. We need to see the banner. Let's get behind. Guys, everybody back. Behind, please. Move back. Sorry, not you. Everybody. I need to see the banner. Move back. Out of the way of the banner. Move back. Get around the back. Get around the back. Make some space, guys. Where's Richard? Richard in there. Where's Richard in there? Where's Richard? Richard in there. Where's Richard in there? Richard! Come back, please. We need... Where's Richard? Which way are we walking? So we need all these people out of the way. Let me see how many are on Twitter live, yeah? What's the time? We've got 5 minutes yet anyway, no rush. 55,000 watching live, thank you. Right? How many are here? Put the camera up. Let's see down there, let me watch it. Say something. We're about to start the march. Thousands and thousands have travelled here from across the country. We're going to go send a message to the establishment and the police. ResignMarkRowley.com. Cut the head off the snake. You've betrayed our country. You've oppressed our people. You've treated us like pieces of shit. We want peace and we will make it!
Need to wait.
He should keep back. Right, we can't do the march. Richard! Stop walking around this way, behind the banner. Behind the banner. Start marching. Where's Richard? Anyone know where? Richard Imam, where are you? Richard! Stewards need to move the crowd back. Move the crowd back. Move the crowd back.
Leave him on the end.
We need to see the banner. Get everyone out of the way. Everyone back.
We need to get them all back out of the way.
Back.
Head down.
Right. What's he saying?
Get it all in. Get
the banner in.
Get it all in. Hayden, we need to take a little picture and send it to me.
Scale your email marketing efforts with automation.
So many people. out here to support you. And they're not out here to support me, they're out here to support Great Britain. They're out here to support our identity and our culture, which is under attack. They're out here to support their country. So it's a beautiful thing. Don't let anyone ever tell you it's not a beautiful thing. It's beautiful to love your country. Are we ready? That's it, let them get everyone back.
Bravo, you got the end of that banner? Bravo, you got the end of that banner? Bravo, you got the end of that banner?
Everyone move on to the track.
This is London, not Londonistan.
Right, Stuart, you Stuart. Keep moving. Keep moving. Come on. I know that battle. Aidan. Turn around. Remember Lee Rigby, get on camera. Remember Lee Rigby, remember 9/11, remember Reading stabbings, remember Manchester bombings, Telford grooming gangs, Rochdale grooming gangs, which religion is guilty? Tommy Robinson's right. Nice to meet you.
My brother, watch it, bro.
There is an electrifying atmosphere here today. Somewhere, our government leaders we're only just getting started. Wait till we organise ourselves properly. Where's Richard? He's got a directive. Which way are we going?
Where are we going?
This way.
Get Richard here. Every background.
Get in the way.
We're not professionals. Right? You try and organise it. We need Richard at the front directing us. Jesus Christ is winning.
Let's go!
Every politician in this country. Richard, why are we waiting? We need that banner. We get this.
Hold it.
Everywhere is full. Get on the back. Keep moving, mate. Get out of the way of the banner. Get to the front here. Everyone get out of the way. Get out of the front. Come on. There is a camera. We are, mate.
No, you do. All right, Phil. Phil, all right. Tommy, hold on, mate. Keep going! This way, Tommy! Move over here! Mate, not right now. You're going to have to do it in a bit.
When people ask me how's your life, I say organised chaos. How's today? Organised chaos. Look at that. Let me watch on my phone. We've got 88,000 watching live. 88,000 watching live.
Guys, keep rolling then. Yes. Jesus is king. Amen.
Get up.
Amen.
What a day. So far. When we put it off, we said we couldn't.
Everybody move back. Move back. Move back behind the stewards line in this press, okay? Apart from nominated people, okay?
Hold on, don't move.
Because there's that many people who are literally standing, they're putting lying on the floor now, and all these immigrants in hotels. Come on now, mate. It's absolutely fantastic. Come on, space, brother. Come on, that leather jacket.
Come on. Move. Keep moving.
Great atmosphere, loads of support, and people want to make Britain great again.
It's not a fringe movement, it's the mainstream. Come on. I'm sweating. And the Zulus are here. Zulu! Oh, come on. How many people do you think we've got live watching? Have a guess.
Oh, 150,000.
We're on 101,000 live viewers. 101,000.
I get a bit of nostalgia from these. This takes me back to the old days when we had real numbers on the street. And now the people start to notice, well, everybody kind of knows what's coming, right? So now they're starting to perform. Amen. So it's excellent.
Amen.
Fucking hot,
Mr. Menacing Singh. What do you think they're thinking?
I'm having a fantastic day. Like I just said to Danny Tomo, I feel into nostalgia from days like this. It takes me back to the old days with reform, you know what I mean? And the numbers came out, and the masses are opening the eyes. They're sick of what's happening in this country, for all the obvious reasons, and they're coming out to support you and everything that your movement have created today. It's absolutely fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. You can buy me a pint in a minute, mate. I'm fucking dehydrated.
Instigators! Just get out of the way! Instigators, don't let them win! Peaceful!
You know, like both betrayed as well. I think let's get to the demo now, isn't it? Job fucking done. Romeo done. Yeah,
go straight down to the river and go there. I'm nearly there. And we walk all the way along. What do you think? What do you
Talk to us, Steve.
The sun is shining.
Sunshine!
It's a beautiful day. We're about to walk into our capital, outside Parliament. I'm excited about the film as well. Our film's a very good film. It's a great film. Looking forward to you all watching it. I'm in the stuff guys.
I like to do the lot as well.
Oh, that wind's nice. That breeze is nice. How much further have we got? Yeah, it's nice. How much further have we got, eh?
Can't be far away.
I reckon we've got about 20 minutes and then we're in Parliament Square, yeah? Yeah, we're turning in. Stand firm. Stand firm. That is the motto. We are standing firm.
Yes, most definitely.
You don't need to move. No, disappear.
We did tell everyone don't react. Those hot bloods. So bad.
Keep moving forward! Keep moving forward! Keep moving, mate. Yeah, you got to the front and then you don't need to go to the back.
It's calm. It's calm. How far back to go?
Were you expecting as many?
Only in the last 2 or 3 days I've started seeing the messages right from the messages. Then I was like, wow. If you say no to the film blocks, just know that we can protest on London Bridge at the same time. When they do this. That's why I said before yesterday, Tommy is unprecedented. Everyone calm it! This is the right, Tommy. This is the right place. Yeah. Go back in, yeah, go at the same way. Careful. Okay. Come on. Who's going to pull the Ukraine flag down?
I'll do it. Happily.
Who's a good climber?
I am. I will do it.
Yeah. They're not fit for one.
It's just attempting as we go left hand. How beautiful is it not to see Street,
isn't it?
How beautiful is it to see They want to ban that song, don't they? Do they want to ban that? No. I know. But the banner idea didn't just really work. We get up on stage and show everybody at the start. There's no one singing. 67, first march he's ever been on. Thank you, bruv. I like your jacket. There's a Voice of Wales, he's got a great shot. Wait, how far? Dan! Voice of Wales, Dan! About 1,000.
I think we're about third into it.
Dan, how many do you reckon?
10,000 minimum. It's loads, man. Honest to God.
Go as far as you think. Boys, how can people find your channel?
And again! Voice of Wales, VO Wales official on Twitter, streaming right now. Doing some great work. Nice one, Dan. Cheers, man. God, fantastic, man. I haven't felt the buzz against for a while. That's good. Yeah. And it's really, oh my God, yeah. You can't say anything negative about it. No, there's nothing to say.
It's 20 past 1. Okay, we're going to start early.
We're doing good, yeah.
Be there early, it's good for time.
Yeah.
Play some music. We're not in a rush then. When we get to the stage, play some patriots.
10,000 minimum, and I can't see as far back as it goes. So I wanted to stay up on the thing until it passed. There's no way to get trampled. I feel like I'm faster in the line.
Do you know what I need to say thank you to? Elon Musk. Because this wouldn't even be happening. Because the public wouldn't be able to even hear us. They managed to silence us. Not, but when they silenced me, they didn't silence me. You see all these people here today? They silenced them. They took their voice. Give it back. So thank you. It's massive. I'm looking at the video. It's massive. You say Zulu and the voice. What do you think, Lawrence?
It's all right, is it? We don't have to wish a couple of people had turned up.
It's all right for a very fringe minority.
It's so sad to see something.
You getting a bit warm there, Lawrence?
It's the food that
The jacket was about.
Oh, wow. Now we're about to. Now we're about to get to the most iconic building in the world where we're going to premiere our film. Well, that is a maximum level of trolling to make a film, hire the biggest screen in the UK, bring a crowd like this of people the government hate to embarrass them with our documentary. Documentary called Lawfare, Totalitarianism. Come on. Oi. My kids are watching this as well. Love you.
Go to the right now.
There's kids there, yeah? There's kids there. Care for the kids. They need to go to Boy, can we get all these people here out of the way?
I was wondering if you could...
Andy, can we get all them out of the way, Andy? Andy.
If you could get to the front there, you can get to the front there.
Yeah, we just...
You tell them to wait.
Tell them to wait. There's a space for the banner here, guys. Make a space for the banner. Pull it forward. Stewards, make a space for the banner. Only the banner. Nobody else. Just the banner. Bring the banner forward. Banner stays there, right? Banner stays there. Stewards on either side, yeah? Stewards on either side. Steward, make a move behind the banner.
That's good. Camera people, stop walking backwards. The camera's walking backwards. Stop walking backwards. Guys, back up. Back up, and you get the photographs. We want some space. Sorry. Let's go. Keep going. Slow. Get the old and keep it moving.
That's perfect, Andy. Keep it like that.
The crowd goes back as far as I can see. How's it feel having a crowd this big today? It's great. Where are you from?
To the right a bit.
Resistance TV, yeah. So citizen journalism. Where can people follow you? YouTube, Twitter, Telegram. There's 140,000 people watching live. We rely on citizen journalism. It's not the mainstream anymore, yeah? Thank you so much. Thank you for coming, bro. Keep moving forward!
Keep going.
That's along the route, as we walked along the route, some of the opposition up on the stairs to try and prevent. So they've actually been put there. The police are meant to clear the route. Let's hope no one reacts anyway. I'm on sure I am on England till I die. England till I die. Oh, England till I die. I know I am. I'm sure I am on England till I die. What a beautiful song. Wow, look at it. Wow. Oh no, my shoes got in. My left toe is 50 metres ahead. Can you go 50 metres ahead as well?
I think I'm better off staying here, otherwise I'm going to lose you.
And we'll get the crowd as we go into the square. Just get them all coming in. We are doing it. Because then I'm going to go for a piss in the foot. Just so we can see. Okay, cool.
You know, it's upside down.
It would surprise me. It would surprise me.
Oh, that fucker would be on my end, wouldn't it?
His enemy is laid down. Let's go. What are you doing? I thought you disappeared off the scene, bro. Yeah, I'm back. Look at that country round. Back with a bang, yeah? Back with a bang. Good man. I'm coming, man. Yeah, so am I. How many are here?
10,050.
Come on! What have we started?
Viva la revolution!
Look how far back that goes, mate. Look. As high as you can. Look. Let me have a look out on the phone. Give me a second, I've got to plug this phone in.
Can you see it?
No, it might go a bit banana for a second. It's massive. Ridiculous. Look at that one. They're all your pictures that need to get out.
Right.
Yeah, so no one can see the march street. They just see the size of it.
What's the bollards? Bollards again.
Yeah, we won't.
I've only got...
As soon as we get here, you go ahead. When we get by the thing, you stand there and just get full march coming in. Once we get by, by the square. I can see...
Give me the cue, I'll go, mate.
Yes,
yeah, no problem.
Wow, look at it, man. Look at it. You take care of getting this on stage, yeah? When we get there, take care of getting this on stage.
Where are we now?
We're literally there's Parliament there. We're literally at Parliament now. We've got another 5-minute walk and we're in Parliament Square. Then we can actually show you the size of the crowd.
Get to the right a bit, lads.
Get ready. Work out what we're going to do. What we're going to say. We've got the numbers and then you know what to do.
Come on, lads. Tommy, I'm going to give it to Andrew. Andrew Tate. You can't give it to him, man. What? It's conversion and that. Oh, mate, I know. I was well shocked, man. You were. RTM podcast. Young Spray. Hey, come here. Hey, come here. Come and tell Young Spray. Come here. Come on, fun. So, hey, Young Spray. Young Spray, you watching this?
Yeah, really the most. Sorry, on your podcast, I'm on this side now. England back.
He saw me on your podcast, Spray. Now he's on our side.
Yeah,
come on. For England, bro. For
England. For England.
Yes, geezer. That is really the most, Spray.
Other way.
Come on, lads.
Go to the right.
Seems to be a Royal Marine. Where's my? We are separated. He's with you. England till I die. Look at the size of it. This is going to be. Yeah, we're going in the first corner. We've got an entrance in.
The left vision. This is the biggest event. many idiot questions. This is the biggest. 100%.
Literally, is that how I scored? Okay. 5 out, boys. I'm coming in that way. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, my shoe's gone again. It's alright. Ex-serviceman.
I am, mate. Yeah, ex-one parrot. Yeah. What do you think, mate? I'm telling you now, what you've done, mate, is amazing. You have gelled the country together, and it's just amazing. It's amazing. It really is. What you were saying, I watched your Oxford Union thing all that time ago, and everybody was slating you. And everybody was saying, this man's out of order, this man's right wing. Everybody now is talking about you brought up all those years ago. Incredible.
How do you feel as an ex-serviceman? What's happened to your country?
Absolutely gutted. I'm not just an ex-serviceman. I come from a service family. My nephew got killed in Afghanistan. He got blown up. He was a Royal Marine. So, I believed in all that shit, but not anymore. They took us to that war for no reason whatsoever. Oh, absolutely. And because of you, God bless you.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. How betrayed would you feel if they sent your child to die for their wars? And then you come home to your own country and the people you were fighting against, the ideology you were fighting against has been given basis in every town city. It's taken over your capital for the last 6 months. You're sent to fight against an Islamic supremacist ideology and then they take over your capital. It's disgusting what they've done. Look at the crowds. Ah!
Safeguard our children from future and make sure that our kids can rather than the
house. Oh, here we go, mate. Right in the sky. It's Mohammed, lads. It's Mohammed. Next, sound like good. Yes. Hang on. Sound. What is that building? You see straight ahead, that's got the Ukrainian flag. What building is that? Is it the Ukrainian flag?
Andy, make sure someone knows who's doing
oh, is it?
Keep trying to push it with us, not me. If you're watching this, in fact, when you get to see what the presentation we're about to put on, yeah? If you're watching this and you're one of the people that supported our campaign to make today possible, you made it possible. Yeah? There's been a lot of money spent to make sure today runs successfully. Yeah? We haven't finished it yet, so let's get to the end. I've got a lot of thank yous to do, man. A lot of thank yous to do. There's a lot of people that made this possible. Can you say that again? Just lots of people supported this who couldn't attend today. When you see the screen, the setup, the security, the day we're putting on, it couldn't have been done without the people who supported this campaign. So when you see even this event, there's lots of people who contribute to it. It's an expensive event. And all the people who've done that, we made it possible. We might have a vision for it, we made it possible. We have the language. Where can they support us? Urban Scoop support on the website, there's a support thing for that. We're literally there in finance of this, and there's been a lot of us who see what we're getting. But we want to put on a proper day. You see, we thought. Thank you, darling. Thank you, darling. Thank you, darling. We thought lots of people would turn up like this, yeah? We thought they would. So we need them to be able to see the film, see the speeches, and hear them. So we've got some set up. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. And the best thing is, they all want us to thank.
We're going to the entrance now.
So we get through this day.
We're going to the entrance on me now. I'm taking you back, yeah?
Yeah, taxis on you. Yeah.
Yeah?
Let go of that, Lawrence. Let go of that, we'll take it. Get that ready in front of you. Here we go. Yeah, we'll follow you, Andy. We'll follow you.
Close on. To that entrance door, right outside, and we're looking at that lorry.
Right, Zach, just on you, yeah? Yeah.
On me now.
Right, that's Adrian, if you follow Saxon in front of you, get Tommy behind. You can just make sure. When we go in there, I'd stand up on there and keep filming the crowd. On the stage? On the stage. No, not on the stage. On the stage, but get him coming in. Yeah, get him coming from here.
Everyone on the green! They need to go down.
Where we go?
real citizen journalism. We're bringing you content over Wall Street. We need your help and we need your support. We have no big funds. And you can support our work. Please sign up and help us. Just the cost of a coffee. You can support us at www.urbanscoop.news/support us. Thank you. Hello. Wow! Look at that! This is what London should look like! Look at those objects! There's a saying, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. Looking at the crowd today, I certainly feel like I'm winning, people, okay? I wanna say a personal thank you to every single one of you who've sacrificed your time, given your day, and made your way here today to tell them people in that building there that you love your country. And we're not gonna stand by and be silent any longer. Let me ask you a question. Who come here on their own? On their own, right? This is your brothers, this is your sisters. You need to get to know each other. We are the people that will stand together. We're going to build a community across this country of patriots ready. Yes, Mum, I'm going to breathe, okay? Okay. I've seen plenty of Welsh people here. Let's give them a round of applause. Plenty of Scottish flags and Scottish people. Northern Ireland and England. We are stronger together. Okay? Stronger together. That's the slogan of the football lads as well. I thank you all for coming. We've got a long day today. There's lots of videos. There's lots of speeches. We're going to play you a film that the Metropolitan Police Force have not seen yet. And throughout the entirety of this event, we plead with you, no matter how angry you are about what's gone on, remain calm, remain dignified, be English gentlemen, do not give them what they want, okay? The first person to speak today is going to be Lawrence Fox. Lawrence, thank you, Mama. Hello, London! Today is Mark's first showing of Tommy's documentary, Lawfare, which we will all get a chance to see for the first time, including the police. Sorry, chaps. Maybe I can get my kids' iPads and phones back when you got a minute, wankers. Anyway, today also marks the beginning of Pride Month. Now, no doubt, the corrupt mayor of this city will have spent the midnight hours covering the streets in the rainbow flag of the revolution. Because Pride Month is not about human rights. Pride Month is not about sexual equality. Pride has become a celebration and a hatred of the nation and humanity itself. Pride, they take pride in telling gay men and women that they aren't gay, they're just born in the wrong body. They brainwash vulnerable children, telling them that they're in the wrong body. Some of them go on to irreversibly mutilate their bodies, and they're proud of this. Are we proud of this homophobic child mutilation cult? I'm not. Are we proud of it? No. I am proud to be British. I am proud of Britain and the sacrifices made in her name by much braver men than me. And I love freedom, hard fought for freedom. Not a freedom we should be proud of, a freedom we should be grateful for. The most important freedom of all, our freedom to speak our minds, and the grace to listen in return. Without that, there is no democracy, there is only tyranny. And we must protect our right to speak above all other rights. And when I was a kid in history class at school, and I was learning about times in the past when devastating changes were taking place all across the world, the first thing I thought was I was grateful that I was never going to witness it myself. And the second thing I thought was, what must it have felt like to have a floor just removed from underneath you, and what one day was safe and calm, the next day was mayhem and chaos. I never once thought I would live through those times, but in those times we are now living. In just a few years, we have seen an attack on the people, the likes which it is still hard to fathom. We've witnessed just how fragile this freedom that we love can be taken away, and how it can be lost. Freedom does not belong to us. It does not. It is not ours. We are here to protect it for others, especially those we disagree with, like it or not. That's what freedom of speech is. So let today be a celebration of your God-given right to speak your mind, to be heard, to listen and to disagree. We have been locked in our way in our homes. Our children have been denied an education. Our loved ones have to die alone in hospitals, or ordered, sanctioned, supported and demanded by the occupants of that house over there. Anyone who spoke out against the tyranny attempted upon us was demonised, cancelled, derided or destroyed. Our speech, our free speech, our right to object was removed. We were censored and mocked by politicians who partied and drank whilst people watched powerless as their businesses were destroyed and doctors were paid by drug companies to lie to us on the television. And in just over 1 month, we're going to be asked to vote again for these people, these politicians who leave our borders wide open, who try to cripple our economy and worship the climate, who want to give away our houses, our health service, our hotels and anything to anyone as long as they are British. I'm sick of it. We are not second-class citizens in our own country. And there isn't a single political party which cares about this attack on our culture. Our streets ring out with calls for murder every weekend, with people waving foreign flags. But if you carry your flag, whether you're big or small, black or white, gay or straight, you will be intimidated, beaten, maced and arrested by our corrupt, two-tiered police force. So make sure today that you show them the grace that they don't show you in return. Make sure you don't give them the opportunity they're so desperate for to paint us as the very thing we are not. Do not allow them the excuse they want to have to exploit us. There are good men and women within the police force, even though that the crooks who give them the orders. And as for the politicians, all they care about is power. They want to give them more, they want us to give them more and more power. These people who are meant to serve us, treat us like they're slaves. And I'm sick of it. So it will, in the end, be left to you lot, to all of us, to come here every month to tell them that our lives matter too, that British lives and British values matter too, and that we will not be bullied by an intolerant mob who forced a teacher and his family into hiding for his life in Batley, while his own MP remains silent to this day. Yes, you can do better. There are no blasphemy laws in this United Kingdom, and we will not be bullied into accepting them, ever. So I'm here to tell you, finally, that this is our home. We have nowhere else to go. And if you want to put the grave back in Great Britain, it won't be the politicians who are going to save us. It's going to be down to you and me and everybody else. This is our country, and we want it back. Thank you.
We want our country back.
got some important songs today. They all hold different meanings. Kelly, thank you, darling, for coming over. The first song we're going to listen to, it's about the importance, if you listen to the lyrics, the importance of speaking out. They've scared everyone into silence. No one gives their opinion anymore. If we all just spoke our opinion, we are the majority. Do not be scared into silence anymore. Kelly, I'll hand over to you, darling.
Hello, England! So good to be here. I am honored to be here again. I was here in 2019 in Manchester at Panodrama, and I am back happily. So thank you for having me. All right. Canada's got its own problems, but we won't get into that right now. Cough, cough, Justin Trudeau.
Stop hiding it out.
The lyrics in that song were, "We're not afraid," okay? We're no longer afraid. We're going to play you a video now and a song that has been made specifically to tell the story of what they've done to our country. Have a watch. And thank you to the men that wrote this song. slandered, he's faced attacks, and every time, certainly in my defence, he's defended my name when it would have been easier to take the other route. So, Carl Benjamin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carl Benjamin. You've probably seen me in the media this week being monstered by a politician, given no right of reply, obviously. If I was just a common citizen, then this would be a major problem. Thankfully, I have a media organisation, Lucy's.com, and we are guilty of interviewing a former Prime Minister. That was my crime, and that's why I'm in trouble. But I stand today as just a husband, a father, an Englishman. And I can see that we're still alive. Because by God, you wouldn't know it if you were looking at the TV, would you? Where is your representation? Where are your concerns being made present? And I'll tell you, man, this country has real problems. Like, I just want to tell you something about me. So, my father joined the RAF at 16 to get out of poverty. Became a sergeant and spent his life just doing desk work, really. It wasn't anything glorious, but it was good, respectable and necessary. And so now that my formative years as a teenager, I grew up in Germany, RAF Germany, JHQ. And so I actually know what it's like to live on a colony. A colony has characteristics. It has a certain kind of people who reproduce their own culture, with their own laws, in their own language. It matters that they are different to the other populations around which they live. Now, when we were on the British colony in Germany, it was very obviously a transplant of England to be placed in Germany. When you went from England into Germany, it became very obvious. None of the street signs were in German on the colony. No one spoke. I don't speak a word of German. I lived out there for 8 years, so I didn't have to. I was surrounded by England in Germany because they lost a war. Now that colony's gone. It's all been disappeared. But the point being that we are seeing the colonization of England now. And I say this from direct experience. We see courts that are not English courts. We see language on the signage that is not English. We see Labour MPs such as Naz Shah campaigning in Urdu for her constituents. This is the sign of colonization. And I say this because this is my experience. I know this firsthand. Nowhere, absolutely nowhere, is an Englishman's concern represented in our own parliament. And yet you have to pay for it. You are paying unbelievable amounts of money to people who are born overseas so they can live in this country. Half of the social housing in London is occupied by people born overseas. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is what is happening to us every day by these people. Because you can't really blame the strangers that they allow to come and live among us. Well, they're just responding to incentives. They're just going to come because we're offering them money. We're offering them a place. We're offering these things, well, why wouldn't they? This should never have been allowed. This is why the country is creaking under the weight of immigration. Everything costs an unbelievable amount. The NHS is failing. Your children will not be able to buy houses. It used to be, when I was a teenager, the average house price was 4 times the national average wage. Now it's 12 times. Demand matters. Demand on the NHS matters. About 10%, 11% of this crowd is probably on an NHS waiting list. But it's unbelievable what they're doing to us. And they're doing it because of a fiction. They think this will grow the economy. Well, okay, where is it? Where is it? Everything is falling apart. Like, I live in Swindon, and 5 years ago, it was quite nice, actually. I know everyone talks Swindon down, but I'm a man of Wessex, and I'm going to defend it. Thank you. Swindon is where I live, okay? Shut up, then throw me down. But now it looks post-apocalyptic. The street, it looks like there's just a tidal wave of the global nomads. They're not from any one place, they're not any one kind of people. You can't get to know them. There's a myriad of different languages. And they're just here because the government thinks one day they'll pay the pensions. They're not going to pay any pensions. When things get bad here, they're just going to piss off, okay? This is our country. We live here. This is the inheritance and patrimony of the English. I want them to hear the word. It's the forbidden word. England. England! Come on! I love seeing the flags. I love seeing the flags. Love it. So, just to conclude, we have real problems. None of the mainstream parties are going to solve these problems. We are going, as Lawrence said, we are going to have to do it ourselves, and we can. But we have to remember, and this is the most important thing, upon the conduct of one depends the fate of all. We stand and fall together, so you have to remember your dignity as an English man and woman is on the line. Act worthy of the respect of your ancestors. Those great and glorious, victorious ancestors of ours are watching. They want us to win. We have to win for our children. This is it. There's no stepping backwards. There's no apologies. It's just forwards. We don't need to worry about any of the media, any of the communists. We don't need to worry about any of them. We just need to take a proper and wholesome message to the British people. We are going to do this. Thank you.
We just need 1 minute, yeah? 1 minute. We're just setting something up to change the wires over or something. So just give us 1 minute.
generations. Governments of whatever party, when they're elected, are elite of globalist monopolists, supranational financial and international corporations, as exemplified by the World Economic Forum. I hear Klaus isn't well. I'm sure you send him your best wishes. Now, the globalist plans a new feudal society where they are the aristocracy and the rest of us are the peasants and the serfs. Now, voting in this next general election is pointless. We know what we're going to get, a globalist government. But there is one thing that you can do to protest, which I can suggest, which is to write none of the above on the ballot paper. Hostage in a financial stranglehold. And you don't have to take my word for it. Liz Truss intimated just as much in an interview she did on Trigger. Now, it's taken decades for the globalist plan to mature.
Automation. One example is to send an automated series of emails to welcome new
An interview she did on Trigger. The whole now it's taken decades for the globalist plan to mature. But there are millions upon millions of ordinary, decent people across Europe and the English-speaking world.
automation. One example is to send an automated series of emails to welcome new
An interview she did on Trigger. Now it's taken decades for the globalist plan to mature. But there are millions upon millions of ordinary, decent people across Europe and the English-speaking world.
automation. One example is to send an automated series of emails to welcome new
An interview she did on Trigger. International support. Now it's taken decades for the globalist plan to mature. But there are millions upon millions of ordinary, decent people across Europe and the English-speaking world.
automation. One example is to send an automated series.
Cultural counter-revolution to reverse the cultural revolution of insanity that we've had foisted on us over the last couple of decades. It will be a long struggle, but people are waking up around the world. I have to say to you, however, ultimately, the solutions must be political. Traitorous governments will not reform themselves. The solutions will depend upon political power and political parties, and that can only come through the ballot box. But the desire for truth, freedom, and liberty can never be suppressed. Thank you.
Now, he was talking about being cancelled and censorship. Some of the best work we've created with Urban Scoop. I'm grateful for everyone who supported our work. We produced a 5-part series called The Rape of Britain in the city of Telford. I don't know how many of you have watched that yet. If you haven't watched it, some of the survivors are here today, okay? If you haven't watched it, go onto our Rumble channel, look at our documentaries. We've done 5 episodes. We've got one more to do. The last one is looking at the council. There's an election in 4 weeks. My message to one of the people who is running for election, you're in episode 6, mate, okay? episode 6. So, before you get all excited after probably winning the election for your seat, your name's going to be destroyed in the rape of Britain, okay? If you haven't watched the rape of Britain, we're going to play a quick trailer now that shows you some of the content we've produced. Thanks.
What I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a knight.
And then Dave, did you rape her after Ahmed Nawaz raped her?
No, sir.
Over 200 men's names were identified by your police investigation, but only 11 were charged. Why is that?
I've got to put some allegations to you that you've been raping young girls in restaurants, but get the fuck out of here.
Why would I have young girls who named you as raping young children?
I have multiple young girls, school children, on camera. I have multiple young girls who allege that you're involved in raping them and prostituting them. We have serious allegations from children who say that you were involved in the rape and prostitution of them, that you were a kingpin having them trafficked in.
I bet you didn't even see me, did you? I've got some questions to ask you about allegations of child rape. You raped a 12-year-old girl, you took her virginity in a house next door to a mosque in Telford.
Why would 3 individual girls who do not know each other all be telling me and giving me statements that you have been involved in their grooming, in their trafficking and in their prostitution? Well, can we talk? I've got some questions. We have accusations that you trafficked young children. You trafficked young children. You were the kingpin. You chose who they were raped by. You prostituted them.
She fought you whilst you dragged her knickers off her when she was 12 years old in the house next door to the mosque badge.
Look at these guys just making.
What were you doing hanging around with 13-year-old school children? You put on your car bonnet and you raced off because you were angry because you had been sleeping with your best friend Imran's underage girlfriend.
Men in this town, Pakistani men in this town, got away with destroying young girls' lives.
So, just to let the Telford know, we are coming back to Telford one more time. Now, when we told these stories, we were only able to tell them because of the courage of the survivors. Let's have a round of applause for the survivors. Again, some of them are here in this crowd today, okay? Thank you, ladies, and look, one of the survivors told me when I sat with her that she continually listened to a song, and the lyrics of that song told her story, literally told her life story. So today, darling, if you're watching, this song's dedicated to you. Sorry, one sec, because there's a video to play with this in tribute to the girls.
Thank you, Gilly. And a lot of people give me credit for raising awareness around the grooming scandals, yeah? But the true credit needs to be given to the survivors who have been brave enough to speak out and put their faces to it against all the threats. We're going to hear now from one of those survivors. She's in this crowd as well. We'll play a video.
My name is Sammy Woodhouse, and I was a child victim of criminal and sexual exploitation in my hometown of Rotherham in the north of England. I was just 14 years old when I met Arshad Hussain. He was 10 years older than me and already known to South Yorkshire Police for exploiting children. I went missing for days, weeks and months at a time. I was placed into foster care and made pregnant twice by him by the age of 15. I gave birth to my son just after my 16th birthday. At 16 years old, I made a statement to South Yorkshire Police, and unfortunately that got ignored. I wasn't surprised because I know how corrupt the police were because of what I'd seen whilst I was being exploited. But in 2012, I contacted the police again and I felt let down all over again. They refused to take evidence, DNA evidence from my son, and said they only had one piece of evidence, which was a missing person report, which I know now to be completely false. What they didn't know is that I was actually recording that meeting on my mobile phone. I took that recording and I contacted a man called Andrew Norfolk at the Times newspaper. I gave him the recording and I gave him lots of evidence such as medical files, social care, police files, and I told him his story. He published my story in August 2013. I named my rapist, I named the then deputy leader Jahangir Akhtar, and I named a police officer called PC Ali. This opened the criminal investigation not just into my abuse, but into all the cases in South Yorkshire, which is the biggest child abuse investigation in history, which is now led by the National Crime Agency. But it also opened an investigation called the Alexis J report. I'm sure you've probably heard of it. This was a report that showed over 1,400 children in my hometown had been abused, raped, trafficked, tortured, some even murdered. We was blamed, we was ignored, we was criminalised. The report also showed that the majority of victims were white female children and the majority of perpetrators were Pakistani Muslim men. Thousands of children in my town were sacrificed because people were too scared that they were going to be called racist. This isn't something that's just happening in my town. This is something that is happening all over the country. We have a system that is completely unfit for purpose. I was fortunate to get into a courtroom and testify against my abuser. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison. I thought that was going to be the last I ever had to deal with him. I was wrong. And still to this day, I'm having to fight and change a system, not just to protect me, my son, my grandson, but also for every child and female victim in this country. In 2018, Rotherham Council invited Arshad Hussain into my son's life to have a relationship with him. Even though he's in prison for 35 years, even though he's a danger to him, and even though he didn't even ask to be in his life, they invited him anyway. And again, this is something that's happening all over the country. A rapist and a paedophile can apply through the family courts for contact and even full custody of children that was born through their sexual crimes. I'm asking for people to get involved in a campaign that I'm doing to change the law. This law will stop paedophiles and rapists from getting access to our children because our children are being trafficked through the system. Please get involved. please contact your MPs. Every single person that's here today is here because they recognise that something is going wrong with our system. I'm only one person, I'm one voice, but if we all come together, our voices can be collected and we can make much more of a difference. Children aren't being supported, children are still being criminalised. We need to do something. We need to put a stop to children being abused.
Sammy Woodhouse. Right now, we're going to have another song, which is a tribute, and it's a tribute of respect. This is hard for Tommy, and I know it's hard for a lot of us. This is a tribute to Andy Bomber. Andy Bomber was one of us. He was ex-military. He was by Tommy's side through and through. This man would have took a bullet for Tommy in his protection when he travelled with him. Andy was a dear friend to so many of us, and we love him, and we are so sorry that he is not with us anymore. Andy was out in Iraq, and unfortunately Andy was going through some tough times. But I'd like you to put your hands together as a sign of respect for one of us, one of our countrymen. Give it up for Andy the Bomber Ross. Please play the video. And this one now, we had Bomber's Spotify list. So Kelly has dedicated a song that was on his Spotify list. It's a beautiful song, so this is for Andrew Bomber. stewards, can we have some stewards? I know there's people who volunteered as stewards, are there? If the stewards can just make their way up here. They're going out, they got there? Yeah, they're going out. Yeah, okay. Right, we're going to do a collection now. There's some buckets coming round. We've done it at each one of our Telford demonstrations. The survivors from the Telford demonstrations, I got to know them all. As I said, some of them are here today. Their lives have been destroyed. Do you know what difference it made after each one of our demonstrations when we helped them out? The buckets are going to be passed around the crowd. Any money put into the buckets will be given to the survivors from Telford. It will be split in half. We're paying for a headstone as well for Andy Bomber. So, thank you, Prior. As the buckets are being passed around, I thank you for, I know everyone spent their money coming here, so anything you can give. And now, it's time to watch Lawfare, a Totalitarian State. This is where I was on the 26th of November. I'd come to London as a journalist to report on an anti-Semitism rally. I was in this cafe, having a breakfast. When I left, I was confronted by the police, I was arrested, I was violently attacked, and I was pepper sprayed. I had committed no crime. As we begin, I want you to ask yourself some questions. Do we have freedom of the press? Do we have freedom of assembly? And do we have freedom of speech? Or do we live in a totalitarian state? This was going to be a film about two-tier policing. Two-tier policing where the police treat some people brutally and others, Black Lives Matter, Extinction Rebellion, Just Stop Oil, those destroying British monuments and history, Hamas supporters, well, for those, they failed to apply the law at all. But as I thought about what was going on, I kept coming back to the question, why? Why are the police behaving like this? And a second question, what else is going on in our nation that might explain it? The closer I looked, it became very clear that there were many other things going on, which taken together look almightily similar to the strategies used by totalitarian states like Russia, China, North Korea and Saudi Arabia. If we're not quite there already, I believe we're drifting perilously close to becoming a totalitarian state. Now, what does that mean? A totalitarian state is one where the state decides which ideas are correct. It uses its power to impose an official ideology. Dissent is treated as resistance. Institutions like the civil service, judiciary, police and free press are facades for the exercise of state power. Media, academia, organised religion, the justice system, banking and finance are used to retain power. Power is concentrated with an elite. Social traditions and culture are swept away by the new ideology. The social fabric of society is weakened as a result. Participation in an approved ideology is encouraged and then required. Individualism, true diversity of thought and freedom are replaced by mass conformity to beliefs and behaviours sanctioned by the state. A totalitarian state relies on force to suppress all opposition. And in the end, as seen in countries mentioned, Russia, China, North Korea, Saudi Arabia, eventually large-scale violence and assassination become permissible to achieve their goals. Now, if you think that's nonsense, and if you think it only applies to me, you need to keep watching.
protesters from the controversial Just Stop Oil group.
Get out, mate, come on.
How long are you going to stay here for?
Thank you.
Wow, children! This is what you get when you're a football fan.
And yet when they march down with hundreds of Palestinian flags, you won't say a word.
If you stay, you're going to get arrested.
You are quite openly Why, when it's us, they ask the police?
To establish what you're doing or what you're up to.
Two-tier policing! Two-tier policing!
That's right. You can climb on monuments, you can vandalise them, you can block the streets while praying to Allah. You can glue yourself to the road, and the police will protect you and bring you water. You can surround the police, and they'll release their prisoner. But...
Racist! You're not in Palestine. You're not in Palestine. You're in England. They're racist. Yes, they are. Yeah.
I have a right to protest.
And I have a right to stand on my doorstep. It's my property.
You can't shout
I'm renting.
that.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
The idea that calling a bunch of racists racist is in fact a criminal offence. Because the fact of the matter is, when you're shouting from the river to the sea, you are being racist. And when a gentleman stands on his own front doorstep and shouts out, "You are being racist," then what the police have to do is respect that.
Women and children were raped. They were raped. See? That's what you're doing. Yeah? That's what you're doing. Yes.
You're not going to win this, mate. You need to stop.
And you're not going to win this. This is my property. I live here.
Right,
they're outside my house. Doesn't matter.
You're in a public space.
This is my house. I live here. I pay rent.
They asked the gentleman to respect the demonstration. Well, the police are supposed to respect the counter-demonstration, particularly when the counter-demonstration consists of one person standing in their own doorway, posing a threat to nobody. But that's where we're at. The police are making political choices, political decisions. They're allowing one group to chant and scream whatever slogans they like, and then they arrest or threaten with arrest counter-protest. That can't be right, and it gives us another clue, yet again, of which side the police favour.
I'm not getting involved.
You're a police officer. You're a police officer.
Yeah, I can see that.
So why not hold the British laws?
They're allowed to have a protest.
They're allowed to say from the river to the sea, Palestine to be free.
They're allowed to have a protest, yeah.
Are they allowed to say that?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Yeah, you've not been told that there's certain slogans that are anti-Semitic.
All right, I'm done with this conversation.
You don't have the right to speak in the UK. We've seen online censorship. This is now offline censorship, where an individual police officer decides what is acceptable and what is not.
We'll find some Jews there. What the Zionists, not the blood.
What we're saying now, and I'm making it very clear so everyone understands, if those dogs come close to us again, we will see it as an act of aggression and we will kill those dogs, we'll put them down.
We saw Hamas supporters shouting death to Jews, saying that Hitler was right, calling for a genocide in Israel. They were left alone. The mainstream media deemed it a peaceful protest. The police didn't touch them.
Thousands of people take to the streets following the massacre of Jewish people, the single largest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust, chanting for the erasure of Israel from the map. To my mind, there's only one way to describe those marches. They are hate marches.
You cannot wave the Union Jack.
Arresting an Englishman for flying a Union Jack when there's people here literally tacitly supporting the October 7th.
You cannot preach the Christian gospel.
If you're making members of the public harassment, alarm, distress, it's a criminal offence.
I'm aware of that. Yeah, so that's what we're not really doing that. What we're doing is about preaching our religion. You asked me what I've been preaching, so we've been preaching about the gospel of Jesus Christ.
And closer to home for me, you cannot work as a journalist if the government doesn't like your views or your reporting.
I'm here at work.
That this has got nothing to do with your role as a journalist.
But I'm here at work.
Your presence here is causing
And you don't think if you do not leave, sort out a refund, I will come in and I'll make sure you...
What I saw from that demonstration, Tommy being arrested for wanting to report, is a huge intrusion of police powers into journalistic freedom. He was pepper sprayed, arrested with 30 police officers, a overreach of their power on a single individual journalist that simply wanted to tell a story.
You only have to look at the way Tommy was treated by the police and see how different it is from the treatment that gets given to jihadis or Islamists or extremists or people who actually want to hurt our country. You want to hurt our country, hurt England, my home, you get treated with kid gloves. You want to stand up for our country, stand up for our culture, and you get battered to within an inch of your life, you get pepper sprayed in the face, and you get treated like you're scum.
I think what happened with Tommy was very scary for your average Brit to see someone turn up quietly having their breakfast and the overwhelming police response to that, then to be cuffed and to be maced in the face, I think is a sign of a fearful police force. You know, if they're going to do it to him and these figures that stand in front of people and stand for people, then they will do it to you.
I think that there's a particular paradigm in place that renders some people on the inside and some people on the outside, and our lad Tommy is, of course, on the outside, and so he will get treated in ways that other people who may be equally or more divisive won't be treated, ever.
I went down to the Cenotaph on Remembrance Sunday to pray for our fallen, to pray for the servicemen who have died for our freedoms, to protect these so-called liberties, and I was cast as far right, along with people like Tommy Robinson, who were also down there. So what does that tell us? Well, the police came and they kettled us, they cordoned us off, and the mainstream media painted us as far right. So the media, the police, and the government are against certain demographics, and the other demographics get away with whatever the heck they're like.
England didn't want the Jews. England didn't want Jewish people in their country.
What are you guys up to? We're just putting up flags. Putting up flags. We encounter police more or less every single time. As we tell them, we're putting up the flags in solidarity with the Palestinian people.
Let's think about flags and emblems for a minute. It seems absolutely fine if you want to walk down the street carrying a banner that says Free Palestine. But if you're raising and following and flying and celebrating a St. George's Cross, for instance, then even though it may be entirely legal, the police see you as being on the wrong side of history. They see you as being on the racist side of history. Again, that's so disrespectful of us as a nation.
For the moment, anything racist or even close to racism is said. Let me finish. For the moment, anything gets anything close to that, all right, people are going to start getting arrested.
You can hold it, you can wave it. It's just we don't just not causing any sort of issues with the barriers. Have your flags just not on the barriers, that's it.
And yet when they march down with hundreds of Palestinian flags, you won't say a word.
One just went past hanging it out of the car. You didn't see fuck all. There's way more of them than there is of us.
That's right. They tell you the ISIS flag isn't the ISIS flag.
The solution is jihad by the armies of the Muslim countries.
Calling for jihad on the streets of Britain isn't calling for holy war, and beaming anti-Semitic genocidal slogans onto Parliament, that's fine as well.
I spoke to the police a minute ago over there, and they said it is an offence to do that. I don't know the particular law. It's an offence. Stop it. But they're not.
And this is something I've been warning about for 20 years.
There's a two-tier system across this country, one rule for them, another rule for us. It needs to change.
Well, there's a two-tier system. The rule of law has got to be implemented equally across all communities.
When I'm talking about the two-tier policing system, it seems to be for the Muslim community.
Many people have lost their jobs or their promotions for speaking their mind.
And Lee Anderson lost his job for telling us what we all know, that the capital streets have been handed over to Islamic mob rule.
I don't actually believe that these Islamists have got control of our country, but what I do believe is they've got control of Khan and they've got control of London. And again, this stems with Khan. He's actually given our capital city away to his mates. Beware. Because if you let Labour in through the back door, expect more of this and expect our cities to be taken over by these lunatics.
We have allowed our streets to be dominated by Islamist extremists and British Jews and others to be too intimidated to walk through central London week after week. And now we're allowing Islamist extremists to intimidate British members of Parliament. This is wrong. It has to stop. Would my right honourable friend organise a debate on extremism and how we tackle this challenge, which is one of the central issues facing our generation?
Again, this is nothing new. In 2011, an imam from the East London Mosque told the Metropolitan Police I was not allowed to march through Tower Hamlets on a charity walk for a dying child. The night before the walk, Scotland Yard warned me as I was not to enter Tower Hamlets. I went. I was assaulted on the border of Tower Hamlets in front of the police.
The violent mob. Shouldn't you be dealing with the violent mob? Not people expressing you. How far? How do I stop you? Just what? You want to just fucking get out of it? What are you doing? Get back. Arrest him for assault. 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 You arrest him for assault. It's all on camera, so arrest him for assault. How come he hasn't been handcuffed? How come he hasn't been handcuffed? How come he hasn't been handcuffed? Why have you got your hands on us?
Because I am going to be arresting you.
You're going to arrest me? You're going to arrest us for doing a charity walk?
Explain why.
So now we're getting arrested.
Actually, look what happened. The two police stepped back, two unidentified men, probably undercover police, step in and assault me. I didn't react, but I was arrested. I was sent to trial. I was given bail conditions that banned me from entering the borough of Tower Hamlets for 9 months. No evidence. It was kicked out. It's lawfare. You see, in a totalitarian state, the police operate outside the constraints of the law. Their actions are purposely unpredictable to destabilise those of us, any of you, with the wrong kind of views. And they lie. They continuously lie. The police said I was carrying an offensive weapon. They fabricate a reason to arrest me. They detain me, they take me to the police station. As soon as I'm there, they drop the case of an offensive weapon. Then they look for something else to arrest me on. Breaching coronavirus regulations. No joke. Again, no evidence. Kicked out. Lawfare.
I think democracy can't function with two-tiered policing. I think a two-tiered justice system and a two-tiered policing system is a existential threat to democracy.
Once that trust's broken down, it's extremely corrosive for community relations and leads to a lot of resentment, and it diminishes the law in itself.
We need to look at a police officer and not have a clue where the political allegiance lies. Now, we can't do that when they adopt the symbols of certain political groups. When they put a rainbow epaulet on their shoulder, or when they turn a police car into a rainbow car, we know which side of the political divide they are on. When they take a soft approach to pro-Palestinian marching and a hard approach on those who protest it, we know which side of the political divide the police are on. And we need to have no idea which side the police are on. In any matter, it's the police's job to uphold the law. That is it.
Another key feature of a totalitarian state is a politicised judiciary. In fact, in a totalitarian state, all the elements of the state are there to create an appearance of a fair process, when in fact, they are a facade of fairness and due process. They are there for the state, not the people, and they are used to advance the causes of the state, however malign or misguided the cause might be. You see, Sam Mellier was imprisoned for 2 years for putting up stickers that said immigration had destroyed Great Britain. Bunny Crean was imprisoned for 2 years for putting a bacon sandwich outside a mosque. He died in jail during that sentence. While at the same time, 3 women who were found guilty of terror offences weren't even fined. They were given a conditional discharge, totally let off. A Muslim abuser, Adil Rashid, he was convicted of raping a 13-year-old child. He too, he was let off because he wasn't aware that wasn't allowed, because he'd been brought up under the influence of Sharia. Ignorance apparently is an excuse. A recent Newcastle grooming gang, one of them was let off with a community order for raping children. He raped children. He too was let off. Just like the two-tier policing, we have a politicised two-tier judiciary, where the law is not actually the law. The law is whatever the judge decides it is based on who's sitting in front of them. And perhaps most galling for me personally.
How are you feeling about the verdict?
Oh, suck your mum's funny.
You've got no guilt. Is there any guilt? Is there any guilt, mate? Is there any guilt?
Back in 2018, I was imprisoned for reporting outside Leeds Crown Court at the end of a trial of now convicted child rapists. But watch this.
We grant the extension of time in respect of the finding of contempt in Leeds Crown Court and allow the appeal against that finding for the detailed reasons set out in the judgment, essentially because the process was flawed.
That's right. It was found to be an unlawful imprisonment.
Oh, this is Lennon from ITV, Matthew Hudson. Funny I'm talking to you.
Do you know, can I tell you something? Yeah. I face a contempt charge, yeah, for doing exactly what you just done to me now. Exactly identical what you just done to me.
Clearly I couldn't comment on that.
No, exactly. I'm being prosecuted by exactly what you've just done. I'm facing charges.
I still spent 3 months on solitary confinement before being released. So the public had seen them falsely imprison me. So they had to get me. They took me back to the Old Bailey twice and eventually convicted me again on contempt of court, which I did not commit, by the way. And they gave me another 10 months in prison. So 13 months and then 10 months for asking now convicted paedophiles, how do you feel about your sentence?
What's the difference between what I did and what you did?
You've now been found in contempt of court. You lost your chance to be
You
an
don't
MEP.
care.
Do you think the myth of Tommy Robinson has just been burst now?
You don't care, do you? You don't care that people's freedoms have been taken away. You don't care that a judicial system has just prosecuted someone because of who they are, not what they've done. You don't care, do you? You're a journalist. Do you not care about people's freedoms to report?
What do you get for contempt of court? The Daily Mail, the Daily Mirror actually claps the trial of Levi Belfield for the rape and murder of the child Millie Dowler. Contempt of court. Same, they were fined. Rod Liddell, whilst writing for The Spectator, he actually claps the Stephen Lawrence murder trial.
The Spectator magazine is being prosecuted for breaching reporting restrictions during the trial of Stephen Lawrence's killers. Gary Dobson and David Norris were described as disgusting racists in an article written by Rod Liddell while the Old Bailey trial was underway. The magazine is accused of breaching a court order preventing prejudicial material being published before jurors reached verdicts.
What was his punishment? A fine. You see, we have a politicised judiciary.
We have spent £115,000 so far fighting this case. We have received no legal aid. The Muslim paedophiles from the Rochdale grooming case were given £1 million of our money to fight that case. The court ordered that those paedophiles would be deported when they're released from prison. Those paedophiles are still walking around the streets of our country.
And bring it back to my arrest in November last year. It's important to understand the process is the punishment. I had to go to court 7 times, and every time I had to go, it cost me thousands of pounds. My freedom was taken. My ability to work was taken from me. The cost was £60,000. And what was the outcome? The arrest was unlawful. The bail conditions were unlawful. The entire thing was unlawful. Police officers lied in their statements, fabricated paperworks. They lost all their body-worn video footage. That's right, every police officer you see with a body camera on, they all lost it. The dog ate my homework, Your Honour. So have we won? Or have they won? They physically attacked me. They pepper sprayed me. They banned me from my capital city for 6 months. They financially bleed me. The point I want people to understand is I've just said I've won, yeah? Have we won? Do we have freedom? For the last 6 months, I've been banned from entering my capital city. Whilst jihadists have took over our capital city week in, week out, with the grace of the police allowing them to, I've had my restrictions, my right to a family life. I even went to court to ask if I could take my children to the Christmas lights turn on, and I was refused that opportunity. For the last 6 months, I've had to go to a Muslim police officer and ask permission to come into my own capital city, of which one of the meetings was to interview a member of parliament. That Muslim police officer refused that request. That is a police state. That is not freedom. What's been ruled on is that the arrest was unlawful, pepper spraying was unlawful. They arrested me on my daughter's birthday. Yeah? On my daughter's birthday, that's now unlawful. Their bail conditions are unlawful. This is about lawfare. The process is the punishment.
Our eyes have been opened because of the internet age. We can see precisely what's going on before they spin it. And then we can compare the narratives of the true events that we saw with our own eyes versus what they want us to believe.
And there's always more rules. Rules that superficially sound reasonable enough. Non-crime hate speech. No one wants hate, right? But those rules are simply weaponized to silence people again, and the people with the wrong kind of views.
In Russia last year, 400 people were arrested for things that they said on social media. 400 people in Russia. Obviously, this country is very different. How many people do you think were arrested in Britain for things they said on social media last year?
Go on.
Take a guess.
I've no idea.
3,300.
Really? Arrested for what they'd said on social media?
Yeah.
Much of this current obsession by the police with what we say and think, even in the privacy of our own homes, even on social media, even as banter amongst friends, is based on this thing called the Allport scale. Now, the Allport scale was written by a psychologist in the 1950s to show where genocide comes from. And he has a 5-step program, if you like, which begins with contrary speech. So if you, as I did, retweeted somebody else's limerick, and the political content of that limerick was anti-trans, as it was when I retweeted somebody's limerick in 2019, the logic of the police is this, that is the first step on a 5-step program that ends in genocide. They say that without necessary intervention at step 1, you'll move to step 2, which is indirect discrimination against people of a group. And then if it's not stopped there, it'll move to step 3, which is direct discrimination. And then step 4, which is violence. And finally, step 5, which is terrorism, genocide, and murder. That's the police logic. And that's why they are so obsessed by what you think and say, even in the privacy of your own home.
Of course, they can justify their actions, silencing people, by telling us they are protecting due process or protecting us from misinformation. But as Robert Kennedy says, there is no time in history when the people censoring speech were the good guys. And he points out, a government that has the capacity to silence its opponents has the power to commit any kind of atrocity. And when they want to, they just create more legislation, like the Online Safety Act brought into effect in October last year. It's always for our own good. The benevolent government protecting society from the extremists. That's how they sell it to you.
So what is the future of journalism in the UK? It's increased censorship. The Online Safety Bill censors online content. And with the police now being given free range to restrict any journalist at any moment, at any demonstration, I think this will curtail and stop the freedom of the press.
But there are some problems here. The new online safety legislation, it can be weaponized by anyone. Literally anyone can claim they're alarmed or distressed and use the law to silence ideas they can't cope with. The drag queens Men who get sexually aroused by dressing up as a woman and reading to your primary school children. The Muslims who don't want Islam to be scrutinised by people who think Islam might not be such a great idea for Great Britain. Any woman who doesn't think a man can become a woman by just wishing it. And if you want to see how much distress you can cause Generation Z, by simply saying there's two genders. It's clear every new piece of legislation presented for your good, the good of the people, results in more power for the government and is then weaponised by the government and those who hate our nation and our values. It leaves each of us with less and less freedom.
It should go without saying that this isn't an optimistic future, and if we continue going as we're going, independent voices will be snuffed out entirely.
Another feature straight out of the communist totalitarian playbook is the use of security services to spy on its own citizens. Russia's KGB, East Germany's Stasi, Romania's Securitate, they were all at it, spying on their own citizens on an industrial scale. And rather close to home, before Elon Musk rescued Twitter, the Twitter files revealed how the oxymoronically named Democratic Party had staffed it with FBI agents with the power to read the private messages of whoever they wanted.
Now, a journalist working with Twitter claims the FBI paid the social network money and at the same time pressured Twitter about its content.
Meanwhile, Elon Musk's newest Twitter file showing how cozy the relationship was between the FBI and Twitter right before he took over. Journalist Matt Taibbi's thread showing that there were more than 150 emails.
The FBI asks to remove 3 accounts. That gets forwarded to Twitter. Twitter immediately suspends the accounts. But more importantly, when there's a glitch and the accounts remain up, the FBI immediately writes back and says, "What's the deal? We just wrote to you. Why is it still up?"
And do not think the security services intrusion isn't happening here in Great Britain.
What are you doing? Show me who's in the back of your car.
There's no one in the back of the car.
So what are you doing then?
We're not here, anything to do with you.
What are you doing then?
Well, what do you think we're doing?
I think you're starting doing me.
No.
Who's yours work for? So what are you doing? And there is someone in the back. I know there's someone in the back. So what are you doing here? I don't know who you are. That's what I want you to tell me. Go on, tell me what you're doing. You tell me what you're doing there. Because essentially I've got threats against me. I know you. Yeah? So what are you doing here? If I turn it off, you're going to tell me what you're doing.
We go.
Who's in the back of your car? Who's in the back of your car? You're not going nowhere. You're not going nowhere. I'm not moving. Let me see who's in the back of your car. Tell me what you're doing in my house. I want to know what you're doing, but that's all I want to know is what you're doing. I've got police officers sat with recording, in a recording van. In the back of this van is a recording station. I'm not standing, you're not going, no, because what you're doing, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. They're sat in the back of their van. This is recording devices. The whole of this back thing, because he just opened it up when I got him out, the whole of this back thing is recording where they're pointing there, because what this is has been a setup. These police officers setting me up.
That was 2 men, one wearing a wig, from the security services, outside my house, in a van, with false plates on, and full of listening equipment. Not investigating a crime, but listening to see if they could find one. When did any of us vote for this level of state intrusion? Of course, to maintain control, every totalitarian state must control what you hear, what the people hear. And the government learned that the media, big tech, and the British people were easy to control. Pay the media and big tech, terrify the people, label misinformation, anything and everything you don't agree with, demonise and arrest anyone who doesn't comply. Just look how that worked with COVID.
the anti-vaxxers, dangerous obsessives.
I don't want them sitting next to me in the theatre. I don't want them standing next to me at the theatre bar. I don't want them next to me or anywhere near me or even in the same carriage on the train.
Frankly, if you're not vaccinated at the moment and you're eligible and you've got no health reason for not being vaccinated, you're not just irresponsible. I mean, you're an idiot.
Welcome to BBC Verified. Like you said, we are a team of investigative journalists here at the BBC. We are also a new brand, and we are a physical location above the newsroom in London. And the point of the team, as you said, is to verify video, to fact-check, to counter disinformation, and to analyse really complex stories so we can get to the truth of what's going on.
And look what happens to independent journalists. Voice of Wales reporting at a vaccine centre.
We saw how the media were manipulating everything, and then we saw a gap in the market for
truth,
honest media. Yeah, for truth, which is quite mad. So that's why we thought, well, let's just form our own media. You know, let's be the media. People in Wales aren't getting the truth. We can give it to them.
With yourselves, have you faced opposition to your journalism?
Oh, yeah.
From the police? What can you give me the worst example of this?
Worst example would have to be Cwmbran, wouldn't it?
It absolutely is Cwmbran.
We went to report on, there was, when all the vaccine centres were, you know, people were going to attempt to serve papers. We heard that this was going on. We went down to this one in Cwmbran. There was only 3 people there. We were separate from them. Yeah, and it was all calm. It was all nice. You know, they went in, they were polite. They weren't aggressive at all.
Nope.
And it went on for about an hour.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, a chief inspector turned up, Martin Smith, is it? And he turned up and inflamed it all, you know, as he does. He knew we were there. We've got friends inside the cops who give us information and ex-police officers. They said there's no way a chief inspector would have come down for 3 protesters. He's there for you, you know, and that's what it was. He was absolutely there for us. He instructed people to leave. He said to leave the doorway, and he said, could you please, if you want to protest, could you please stand over there in the designated protest area, which is still on the land. We moved because we're just there filming, not involved, not engaged. We moved. One guy kind of refused to move, and the order was given to arrest everybody. And then that included us.
Yeah, and that was after we'd shown them our press passes.
Right, at this moment in time, it's 1:32 when you are under arrest for aggravated trespassing. You don't have to say anything, but I may harm your defence. If you do not mention when questioned something which will later lie in court, anything you do say may be given in evidence, okay?
Okay, we're literally only here filming though. We're media. We are literally media. We're not part of this group. We was informed that this was happening, so we came down.
Right, okay.
So the first charge that we had was aggravated trespass.
Yeah.
That's what they said.
And then in the middle of the night, it was changed to fraud.
Fraud, 2 counts of fraud.
And that then gave them permission to break into our homes.
They took your car, they took tripods, they took microphones. Like, I don't know what a microphone...
Everything you do, you work with.
Everything we do, our work
Correct.
with. They let us go. Stan was my lift. You know, we travelled up together. And I said, oh, yeah, I'm just waiting for Stan. They said, no, you're not waiting for Stan. Your conditions are you're not allowed to be anywhere near Stan.
So people understand you're a double act.
Yeah.
Your journalism is a double act.
Yeah.
Your shows are a double act. You go everywhere together.
Yeah.
So you are the show.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. And they've given you bail conditions. You're not allowed near each other.
But then they said, right, okay, well, if you want to go for coffee and something with Stan, you can, but you can't do Voice of Wales.
Which shows exactly what it was about. It was about your journalism. Yeah. It's got nothing to do with colluding.
No. So we got to court. They wheeled in all the police officers, 3 sergeants and a chief inspector, and they basically all perjured themselves. They said that we were aggressive, we refused to leave the land. We were told numerous times to leave the land, which is what the trespass charge would have came from. When in fact, you know, our argument was, well, no, we've got the footage, and the footage says if you would like to protest, please stand over there in a designated area. So we were invited to stay on the land.
If you wish to protest, you can go and stand over there with my colleagues, okay?
But the police officers all gave statements and evidence that lied. They totally lied. Yeah. If you didn't have that SIM card, as journalists, you've gone to report something, you'd be in jail.
All you need to do is look at the treatment that people like yourself get, people like we get, for simply talking about true things that are happening. You know, we don't make the news, we don't create these events and pretend that something's happening when it's not. We go and report what is actually happening.
That looks just like Russia, China, North Korea, and Donald Tusk's anti-conservative antics in Poland.
In December, we had an event with Andrew Bridgen MP and Carl Benjamin, and what better person to report on it but Tommy? You rely on other journalists, other media outlets promoting what you're doing, discussing it. It was an event holding the line, challenge the narrative, looking at free speech. So I get a call from DC Shah, police officer, and he wants to know information about the event. He then goes away. I then get a message from Tommy to say he's been blocked or banned or not allowed. And I understand later that he needs to ask permission from a single police officer whether he's allowed to enter London and report on events. So it seems as though this individual police officer has absolute power to restrict Tommy as a journalist reporting on any event in London, and that power in the hands of a single individual should concern all of us.
This should be a warning to all reporters, not just in Great Britain, but across the Western world, because we do not have a freedom of press, never mind freedom of association. Look at what's happening in the United Kingdom. We've got this body, this regulatory body called Ofcom, who regulate broadcast media. They're being given new controls, new powers to regulate the internet as well. And it looks like they're an independent organisation, but of course they're not. They're an arm's length organisation of the government. They are controlled by the government. They are assigned by the government. Therefore, it is essentially the government who is regulating the media.
Reporting across the Western world is fracturing very, very quickly, very, very suddenly. We've noticed that, trust in the media is at an all-time low. The stats support that.
All the legacy media of losing their income because they've not got the viewers, they haven't got the readers, because they're seen by the public now of not reporting the news properly. But that just makes them more dependent on the support they're getting from big business and government.
I've actually seen quite clearly the different type of treatments when it comes to someone like me when I'm reporting and when they see someone like Chris Mason from BBC News. Even the facial expressions, even the way the body language changes is telling.
The press, as we know, is very, very controlled. The mainstream media is hugely controlled. Journalists I've known for many years, and I won't name them, but I mean, in Parliament, they won't talk to me anymore. And when they do, they will admit privately that if they printed my views on issues, they'd lose their jobs immediately, and it certainly wouldn't get covered. So we're not getting a balanced view of world events. We're getting a very biased view. That smacks of actually a totalitarian control where the state decides who is the news broadcasters and what the news is.
With controlled media, you can inject propaganda into the population on a daily basis and indoctrinate them all. You can hammer away pumping out the same messages. COVID's going to kill you. The vaccine's 100% safe and effective. Global warming is going to kill us all. Mass immigration and diversity are our greatest strengths. And if you can control what people hear, very soon you can control what many people think. Many people, not all.
We are the Behavioural Insights team, the world's first nudge unit. We generate and apply behavioural insights to help people lead better lives and support communities.
The government set up a unit to manipulate you in 2010, the Behavioural Insights team known as the Nudge Unit. Its sole purpose is to work out how to get you to do what they want. With COVID, they decided fear was the best tactic.
Let's bring you more on the latest infection numbers and the number of people who've died.
Yes, and the most shocking thing actually is the number of people who have died.
The United Kingdom's death toll from the coronavirus has risen by 1/5, that's 20%.
The latest number of deaths in the UK is higher than any daily total reported by either Italy or Spain.
13,258 people are in hospital with coronavirus, and 28,734 people have died.
They weaponized fear against you to terrify you, so they could get you to stay in your house, wear a mask, be in a bubble, take the shot, take the vaccine, even though the data showed as early as May 2020, just 3 months in, that for the healthy people under 55, there was minimal risk, but they shut the country down anyway.
I think we've been taken over by what's becoming a totalitarian state, which is based on very bad science, in fact false science, and there's a fraud behind a lot of it.
And they said the vaccine was 100% safe and effective.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me first say that I believe COVID vaccines are indeed safe and effective.
The vaccines have all been through and met the necessary safety and quality standards.
I've just had a vaccine for COVID.
Vaccines being rolled out in the UK are not just safe, but they make you safe. They're saving lives and protecting people.
It's not just your own life you'll be saving, it's other people's lives too.
Trust the science and get on with it.
This is a safe and effective vaccine.
Except it wasn't, was it? The media played along and only told one side of the story and shut down many respected scientists who did not agree with the approach and wanted to warn us about the possible COVID vaccine harm. But they didn't manage to silence everyone.
But what is almost certainly, and if you allow me to say this, LaQuesta, what my own research has found, and this is something that is probably a likely contributory factor, is that the COVID mRNA vaccines do carry a cardiovascular risk. And I've actually called for the suspension of this pending an inquiry because there's a lot of uncertainty at the moment about what's causing the excess deaths.
Yeah, someone at the BBC booked Dr. Malhotra to talk about statins, but he was determined to let us know about the vaccine harms. The all-party parliamentary group on the pandemic response heard about the terrible effects of weaponising fear. Have a read of The State of Fear by Laura Dodsworth. And of course, they kept hammering away about the danger of the far right.
That's from the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. He says this, I conclude rather unsurprisingly that there is a greater violent threat from the far right. Just would like to pick up on that point because MI5, 67% of terror attacks on their books since 2018 are Islamist attacks. 3/4 of all MI5 cases are from Islamists. The Batley Grammar School protest, that wasn't the far right. The anti-Semitism boom we've seen in Britain since October 7th, that wasn't the far right. David Amos was murdered, not by somebody from the far right. Mike Freer forced out of politics by an arson attack, that wasn't the far right. Just Stop Oil, presumably, they're not the far right.
Fear again. Every announcement they make, the far right gets a special mention. Where are this far right? You know, the real fascists. Because by the government's own security services, they tell them that 90% of the people on the terror watch list, 90% are followers of Islam. That's 40,000 potential terrorists they would know about. Not to mention the ones they don't know about. Are you scared? You have
no, I'm not scared. No?
And all the undocumented illegal immigrants that they have no idea where they are because they've done a runner. The government has lost them. They have no idea how many of them are criminals, terrorists. We never hear about that.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, when certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable build-ups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind.
That's right. These tactics are nothing new. Of course, our leaders are frightened and clueless. They don't know what to do about the real threat, and they don't know what to do about the threat of left-wing extremist ideologies. Well, some of them don't know what to do, and there's others elected that actually believe in these extremist destructive ideologies. And some of them want you to actually believe that taxing us more is really going to save the planet, regardless of what China and India are doing with fossil fuels.
We've cut CO2 by 44% on 1990 levels in this country.
Of course, not everyone is susceptible to this indoctrination. Some more pressure is needed.
If we continue down this path, we will enter a form of tyranny where certain views, certain opinions, certain people are deemed acceptable where others are not, based on what? It seems very arbitrary. That, to me, is terrifying.
You see, another piece of the architecture of a totalitarian state is to use the citizens to turn on each other. After years of increasing social isolation, people retreat into the online world, building echo chambers, polarised, angry, faceless discourse. We were all potential fertile ground for mass formation. The stay-at-home mandates during the COVID madness was perhaps the last piece of this. And lonely, socially isolated individuals, often stuck in meaningless jobs, carrying the fear and anxiety of the monsters created by the state. In this case, the fear of COVID. Frustrated by ever-increasing restrictions on their freedoms and the destabilising effect of ever-changing rules. Well, with the right nudging, they can be made to do pretty much anything.
Says you may not come within 2 metres of me.
I'm walking past you.
Because you're a dickhead without a mask. You're a cunt putting people's lives at risk.
Asked her to wear a fucking mask. Like, seriously, woman who won't wear your mask, who don't wear your gloves, who don't practice social distancing. Wear your fucking mask.
How else do you think people were made to come out on the streets, on their doorsteps, and clap for the NHS when their appointments and treatments were being cancelled? How else do you think the people were turned into zealots? They turned on those who did not believe. They turned on the people who would not comply.
What happens when they, your neighbours, start breaking lockdown rules, with the police receiving 200,000 tip-offs?
You see, people brainwashed during COVID. People only given one message, continuously given that message by controlled media. Lonely, socially isolated, frightened people. People who perhaps have little meaning in their jobs will take up the cause for the state. These people are desperate for meaning. They're desperate and they crave a master. They want to be told what to do, and they see forcing others to comply as their virtue. These zealots get a meaning from their righteous cause. They become part of a group. The antidote to the social isolation and the loneliness. But here's the problem. Just as the state manipulates increasingly lonely, socially isolated, anxious and frustrated people, with social media, others can do that too. Sometimes the government let it run. Extinction Rebellion, just stop oil. Why do they let it run? Because it's broadly in the direction they want things to go. And sometimes they let it run because they're frightened to confront it, like the Black Lives Matter marches or the transgender movement, even though they know it's nonsense, it's dangerous. And sometimes they let it run for decades, as with Islam, incompatible with Western liberal democracy, because they're too frightened and too clueless to confront it. And now there's a fifth column, agitating on the streets, calling for jihad, calling for the extermination of Jews, and there are thousands and thousands who join these marches who have been manipulated in just the same way.
So I just noticed the signs that you got from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. What does that mean?
Well, it's quite self-explanatory. Needs to be.
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, isn't it? Because I guess what I mean is, how would that come about? What would happen to the Israelis, etc.?
I don't.
I'm trying to think of how to word it. Isn't it just as self-explanatory as the area of land? It's Palestine's land.
What are you guys out here protesting for? No comment. Why are you guys out here today?
Speak to the organizers.
Why can't I wanted to ask you.
Do you know what NY is doing? About what? About Israel. Why are we protesting here? Palestine will be free. I wish I was more educated. I'm not either.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't think it would be a good idea if we...
Why are you guys protesting?
Just to be a part of the cause.
And what's the cause?
Yeah, I'm not the right person to talk to.
So why are you guys protesting today?
I don't want to talk to press, I'm sorry.
They don't really want to talk. Why are you guys protesting here today?
I don't want to do this, sorry.
Do you know why you are protesting here today?
Yes.
And what is that reason?
No comment.
Build a new workers' party, a socialist alternative to Sunak and Starmer, for a socialist intifada.
Yeah.
What's a socialist intifada?
If I'm being honest with you, I just got this at the stand over there.
Okay.
I don't actually know the definition of the word intifada.
Okay.
But
I mean... Do any of you know the definition of the word intifada? Stop bombing Gaza, that makes sense. What about that one? Yeah. And what does that mean?
Well, it means to... it's, I'm definitely not the person to talk to about this.
The claimed cause is to stop a so-called genocide of Palestinians. They believe in the cause. They can't name the river or the sea, but they march anyway. They didn't march for the millions of Uyghur Muslims being persecuted by the Chinese, because no one else was. They didn't march for the Yemeni Muslims being bombed by the Saudis, because no one else was. And they didn't march for the hundreds of thousands of Syrian Muslims killed by Assad, because no one else was. But in this case, people are marching, so they march.
The majority of them know nothing. I grew up in Israel. I moved here 27 years ago. I've been to explosions. I've been to the shit. None of those people got their info.
I have no idea. It's the next cool thing to do. The average person, I think, at these protests is the kid that isn't cool or good looking enough to be invited to a house party. So because they're not invited to a house party, they make their own, which is out here, which is why what happens when they summon these people with a flyer, 10,000 of them show up. These are 10,000 people with nowhere else to be.
They get to be part of a community. They find meaning where they had none. In their outrage and indignation, they get to feel good about themselves. There are many causes where this mass formation happens. Me Too, pro-abortion, so-called vaccines, free Palestine, transgenderism. Sometimes people jump on board because they believe in it. It gives them meaning and community and makes them feel better about themselves. Others, they jump on board out of fear of what may happen if they don't. And our so-called leaders, they're frightened to confront the threat of Islam. And they're too frightened to even talk or confront the threat of the far left. But don't worry, guys, don't worry. They've just changed the definition of extremism. That'll work, that'll beat it. Of course, not everyone is caught up in this mass formation. Not everyone can be manipulated quite so easily. And not everyone will comply with the government deciding what ideas are correct and telling people what they have to think. So they have to have consequence for dissent, for non-compliance. There has to be a consequence for speaking out. And the government will decide what non-compliance is. The government will decide what you're allowed to say. As the cost of speaking out increases, fewer people are prepared to speak out. Everyone should get the message, and a spiral of submission and compliance should follow. Perfect. Well, that's the theory. But the government know they have to be careful. Make non-compliance costly enough to crush dissent, but not so costly that they create martyrs. Create one Spartacus, and you may have a revolt on your hands.
Every day brings new studies, new findings that confirm the last 2 years of life in the Western world as a blizzard of lies.
Keep in mind, Tony Blair is the one who's been advocating for vaccine passports, digital identification through COVID, and all of these measures. Either we stand for free speech, in which some people will take offence, some people won't, or we don't, right?
There's no scientific evidence. Sadiq Khan rubbished the evidence and had it rewritten to serve his own needs. No one voted it. It's the beginning and bringing in of a surveillance state. And he's trying to make noises so that I can't say that.
Every one of them lost their jobs for the wrong kind of views. And politicians are no exception.
Will the Prime Minister instruct the Department of Education to order schools to stop indoctrinating our children and to concentrate on their duty of care to protect them?
Suella Braverman, Lee Anderson, Andrew Bridgen, they all lost their jobs for challenging the approved government narrative. You may not actually care about the people you've just seen, but it's not actually about them. This targeted persecution, it could land on your doorstep at any time. I'm in Wales in a village called Furness. I'm at the Stradey Park Hotel, where last summer in 2023, the Home Office made a decision to house 300 male, unvetted migrants in a village with a population of 400 people. There were concerns from the local population. They decided to come out and protest about it. Now, the police's job in a democracy, in a democratic society, is to protect the rights of the citizens to protest, for legal and lawful protests. We're now going to meet some members of this community to find out if that's what the police did.
My name's Paul Price. I live in Llanelli in West Wales. The last time I did vote, I voted Labour.
I'm Helen Thomas and I'm 52 years of age. I live in Furness, Llanelli. I used to vote for Labour.
My name is Joel Fuller. I was born in Furness, Llanelli. I'm 77 years of age, and last time I voted was for Conservative.
My name is Peter May. I'm 57 this year. I'm from Port Hennett in Swansea, and I voted Conservative.
My name is Mark Sheehan. I was formerly a Royal Marine. I've been a police officer. I live in Belleville, very close by, 60 years old, and last election I voted for Boris Johnson, Conservative.
Our local 4-star hotel was going to be turned into a migrant hostel, housing 230 people in 77 bedrooms.
And what was your concern with that?
Safety, the strain on NHS, the strain on all our services, because we have no facilities. We've got no A&E. Our hospital is only a minor injury unit.
Okay.
And the worry for safety of my children and children in the area.
They're mostly undocumented males that are arriving here by dinghy from France. Why are they arriving here undocumented? Why aren't they going through the proper channels? That rings alarm bells in my head. And looking at Ireland's a little taster of what's potentially going to come here, and Ireland's in trouble.
It was a really peaceful protest.
People
until
singing
the police.
songs.
Yeah. And it was like the whole community just come together. There was a massive feeling of love. It was great. It was really nice until that day.
There was no trouble at that hotel. No policeman was ever punched in the face, kicked, spat at, and yet they behaved all the time as though we were terrorists almost.
It was just crazy. My daughter got pushed to the ground.
How old was your daughter?
My daughter was 9 at the time. So I didn't know where my daughter was at this point either. And I was just shouting, like, where's my daughter? And trying to get to my daughter. And it got to the point where they just literally battered me all over the road. I had handcuffs up my nose. He punched me with a left hook at the back of my head. There's footage of it.
In front of him, and your daughter's present?
My 9-year-old daughter saw all of this.
As an ex-police officer, what's the police's job when a protest is going on?
Well, as the police keep on saying, to facilitate a peaceful protest. But really, they were there in this protest to crush the protest.
Never been in trouble, lived your whole life. Now you've gone to a protest and here you are in the police cell.
I still hear that echo of the cell door. Yeah.
So you're 77 and you're under arrest. How's that?
And also as well, they arrested me. 8 police came to my house to arrest me in a riot van.
So you're at home at the time, so this is not at the demonstration. So you've been protesting and the police have come to your house to arrest you. Yeah. 8 police officers.
Yeah.
In a marked riot van.
Yeah.
Have you ever been arrested like that before?
No.
No, have you ever been arrested before?
No, never been in trouble before.
I was assured by the chief inspector before I got into that car that I would be home by the morning. And I wasn't. 21 hours they kept me in there.
My wife is a barrister, I'm legally trained as well, and there were all these people who'd been arrested, and then they were given, I think, well, similar to you, given bail conditions to prevent them protesting at all. Protesting, going anywhere within, not even allowed to protest online.
Yeah, not even allowed to talk about it.
Not even allowed to talk about it.
Not to engage in any protest.
Yeah.
Related activity relating to the Stradley Park Hotel, either in person or online.
Yeah, I couldn't go on any social media, messaging anybody, nothing.
So you couldn't talk, or you couldn't even post your opinion on social media?
No.
So not to go within 100 metres of Stradley Park Hotel?
Yeah.
Not to engage in any protest activities? Not to publish any information or data online? They took away your ability to even discuss this topic. How did the media report this?
They put all the details about me being arrested, my name, my address, my age, but they've never once said everything was dropped.
So they kept you under these conditions. which limited your ability to use the internet or to talk about this issue or to protest or to walk your dogs down the end of your road.
I had no freedom, did I?
So you didn't do nothing wrong, you were convicted of nothing, you're actually proven that you shouldn't have been arrested, and your work sacked you.
Yeah.
Somewhere you've been for 14 years.
It's no longer a free country. It's not. The free speech is finished.
I've lost all respect for the police. It makes me feel angry towards the police.
You know, we are the general public, and if you are saying things that they don't like, they come for you.
There's a political ideology in the policing that's totally different when I was there.
It's opened my eyes, and I will never look back. I still would do it today. I would still go there and protest for my rights, for my children's rights, for my safety.
Depending on your ideological stance, the police will arrest Twitter or X users for mean tweets, criticism of identity politics, and even memes. If you're consistent and hold dear that this country was built on the foundation of the battle of ideas, when this is diminished, where you sit politically becomes obsolete.
Freedom of movement, freedom of speech, I'm not sure we have those anymore in this country. Certainly not to the extent that people think we have, and certainly those freedoms, rights, are under threat as they've never been before.
I disagree with every word you said, but I will go to the death to defend your right to say it. I think that's very important. And I think we want to remember it, and I think we want to live it.
You see, allowing people to speak freely runs the risk that government policies will be scrutinised and criticised. And it also runs the risk that government's intent and their incompetence will be exposed.
In my High Court ruling of 2020, Mr. Justice Knowles gave the starkest warning about the current state of policing. He said, in this country, we have never had a Stasi, a Checker, or a Gestapo. I think that what Mr. Justice Knowles saw was a trajectory. I think that he saw that without intervention, without activism, without political change, that we were heading toward a police force which was a political police force that would judge people not based upon whether they had or had not committed a criminal offence, but would go up against people because they held the wrong political views.
I've now got 2 police officers and a mental health nurse coming to see me because I went to the church and spoke to my local priest about what happened to the bishop in Australia and said, are we Christians supposed to take a stand? I'm not calling for violence or anything like that, never once said it because there's no allegation. Now look again. Just for the benefit of everyone that's going to see this is discrimination against Christians right now. Because if I was Islamic and I said anything along them lines, you wouldn't care. You allow hate preachers in this country to preach the killing of homosexuals and that, and now you're on my door because I said Christians need to take a stand. I ain't calling for violence. I'm just calling to take a stand.
Why do you think that you would be treated any differently?
Because I've got a mental health nurse and 2 PCs, not PCSOs, come to my house. That's why.
The modus operandi of the state is clear. First, they ridicule you, demonise, ostracise you. Then they deplatform you, they debank you. Then they use lawfare. They use lawfare to persecute you with the law. Then they change the law. Just to try and get you, they literally change the law. And as with my arrest last November, then they just ignore the law. They lie. They fabricate charges and impose bail conditions to restrict where you can go, what you can do, who you can talk to. And for all of this, of course, they bankrupt you. They target you financially. But there is nothing more dangerous than a person who has nothing left to lose.
I mean, once the establishment move against you, their reach is absolutely immense. Life starts getting very difficult once you go against the narrative.
Sir, why have you been arrested? Because I write it down. Hamas is terrorist organization. That's it. That's it. What did it say on your sign? What did it say on your sign? Hamas is terrorist. Hamas is terrorist.
When they attack me, when they assault me, I never
assault back,
You never react. In the video, you get violently attacked.
Yeah, never react.
You've always got your hands up.
Yeah.
Have the police been there when at times that you've been attacked?
Many times. Always police is there. When they come, they see, they still attacking me. They still assaulted me. They saying, yeah, you should live here. When you want to come back again, we arrested you.
They give you a dispersal order.
Exactly. In UK law, terrorists...
The Terrorism Act 2000, when someone
exactly.
shows support for a terrorist organisation.
Exactly. Someone, when showing that supporting their terrorist organisation, going to be 14-year prison.
Yeah.
They show. What they do? Harassing me and pushing me back,
When the police are there and people are violently attacking you, have the police arrested any of those people at the time?
Never. They never reacted them.
In this video, 2 people are attacking you from the front. Your leg,
Yeah.
One of them has smashed you.
Yeah.
So you're standing there, and from behind, he's hit you with a weapon, yeah? Wood.
From back.
From behind. So from behind,
Yeah,
your
yeah.
leg. And obviously, look, this is a serious cut.
Yeah.
Your leg's been cut open. When the police have turned up and this is happening, what were the police's actions to the men that were attacking you?
Nothing.
They violently attack you, and the police then attack you.
And especially when I de-arrested, I saw the guy which is attacking me. I told to police, the officer, I told him, he assaulted me. I saw him.
Yeah.
He assaulted me.
And there's now evidence.
He laughed. He laughed and go. They should be supporting law. They should be, enforcing law. Yeah.
But they're not.
They're not. Right now, the UK and British people and the British police officer, they know. They kill our free speech.
Do you believe, with what you've experienced in Iran and what you're now seeing in London, do you believe there will be an attempted revolution?
Too many Iranian people in Iran saying that.
Saying it's the same.
That's going to be happen when the British people are staying silent.
Yeah. And is this partly why you're speaking out?
Exactly. It's my future. It's our future.
That is Nayak Gorbani. He's from Iran. He is all too familiar with police brutality. Arrested for holding a banner announcing UK government policy. That Hamas are a terrorist organisation. They actually are prescribed as a terrorist organisation. They arrest and continue to persecute him because they can't cope with the Hamas-loving protesters. Rather than deal with the problem, they arrest and prosecute the people highlighting the problem. Enoch Powell said over half a century ago, above all, people are disposed to mistake predicting troubles for causing troubles and even for desiring troubles. If only they love to think. If only people wouldn't talk about it, it probably wouldn't happen. So rather than deal with the people causing the trouble, what he's saying is they deal with the people talking about the trouble. And if all these tactics fail to silence the dissidents, well...
According to UNESCO, almost 100 journalists were killed in 2018. Hundreds are imprisoned. And when media workers are targeted, societies as a whole pay a price.
Saudi state television reporting this evening that journalist Jamal Khashoggi is dead.
Where the prison service has announced that the jailed Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny has died. In a statement, it said he felt unwell after a walk and almost immediately lost consciousness.
Reporter Danny Casolaro was found dead over the weekend in a motel in Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Local authorities quickly ruled his death a suicide. Felt like a fall guy. I mean, you've been set up, haven't you?
A man under pressure. He'd once said, "I will probably be found dead in the woods." Within days of this appearance at the committee, that's exactly what happened.
Now, luckily, not every dissident gets assassinated, but we are all to be re-educated. A key part of a totalitarian state is the re-education of dissidents, those who will not submit and will not comply. You have to be sent to diversity training. You've been taught about your white privilege. You might have been given unconscious bias training to teach you about the prejudice you didn't even know you held.
This online presenter-led training course is the perfect introduction to equality and diversity in the workplace for both employees and employers to help them work towards legal compliance. It covers the protected characteristics, the different types of discrimination, stereotyping, allyship, positive action, and it explores equality, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
You all know, whether you're in education or work, you can't speak freely. And if you do speak freely, if you do voice the wrong views, you'll find out pretty quickly you've got a problem. So, how long have we got until people who resisted mandated medical treatments, people who want an end to mass immigration, people who believe only a woman can give birth, and everyone with a penis is a bloke? How long till you have your freedom taken and you're sent for re-education, just like the Uyghur Muslims, until you repent and you comply?
Right now, there are over 3 million people in concentration camps in East Turkestan. The government will say that those numbers are exaggerated, that they are re-educating Muslim terrorists and political dissidents. But it is a lie.
There are ideas that are right, and the state decides exactly what those ideas are. Anything else is viewed as dissent, and dissent must be crushed.
We are going to get to a point where more ordinary people who right now, they're complacent and they're busy with their own lives, they're going to see what's going to happen. And at that point, it's going to be potentially too late. The reason we're actually criticizing the establishment is because we want them to be better. We're not anarchists. We want to prevent any sort of upcoming civil war. But at that point, it might be too late.
And as Winston Churchill said, the truth, you can deride it, you can criticize it, you can ridicule it, but at the end of the day, it's still there, and it is the truth.
Allowing people to express alternative views, that runs the risk of awakening the people to their failures, to their moral bankruptcy and the corruption of the government's policies, exposing the agendas of those who are supposed to be serving us, highlighting that the government's actions, they may not be in the best interests of freedom-loving citizens. They want control over every aspect of your life, where you go, how far you travel, what you eat, what you spend your money on, who you meet, what you say. You see, in a totalitarian state, scrutiny, it cannot be allowed. Agendas and corruptions are hidden. Accountability is dead. Failures hidden. And there are so many failures. The failure of invading Iraq, which destabilised the entire Middle East. It radicalised a generation of Muslims and unleashed 20 years of Islamic-inspired mayhem across the world. The failure to stop illegal immigration and its disastrous effects on our society. The failure to reduce legal migration. Actually, it's worse than failure. For decades, successive governments have implemented ideology-driven policies that drive massive immigration without a clue or a care about the impact on our society and our culture. The UK population grew by 750,000 in 2023 alone. Their failure with COVID. They shut down the country. They took away our rights and our freedoms. They flirted with compelling medical treatment, destroyed businesses and lives, and told themselves they were fabulous at the same time, patted themselves on the back for these failures. The truth, of course, they caused the inflation we suffer by printing money, continually printing money. And don't ask questions about excess deaths, miscarriages, stillbirths, cancers, heart disease, and vaccine efficacy and safety. The failure to reject net zero, the Marxist anti-capitalist dogma that will drive millions into poverty and hardship. They embrace unilateral economic disarmament. They can't stop the tide. They can't stop an earthquake, a hurricane, or even a strong breeze. And yet they want us to believe if they tax us more, they'll be able to stop the climate from changing. And just like with COVID, the fools that lead us They say they're following the science. They say they're following the science in order to shut down the voices of esteemed scientists who cry out that climate change is nonsense. You just follow the money on that one. The failure to reject gender ideology. This really should be easy for them. But the fools that lead us struggle to say what a woman is, and as a result, the destructive forces seeking to dismantle reality and society run rampant. Thousands of British children are told there are more than two genders, and boys can be girls, and girls can be boys. Let's be clear, there aren't, and they can't.
Well, it's the report that's rocked Britain. It's called Asleep at the Wheel, and it's found that children are being seriously compromised over the spread of trans ideology in schools. Now, among the findings were that at least 28% of secondary schools do not have single-sex toilets, and some 60% of students are allowed to participate in whatever sport they like, regardless of whether they match that gender. Only 39 out of 154 schools replied to researchers that they would inform parents if a child said they wanted to change their gender. Some 87 schools said they would tell the parents.
And today, as part of the World Book Day celebrations, we've been hosting sessions from Drag Queen Storytime.
If you want to wear an item of clothing that makes you happy, please do it. It's just one person in one outfit, and you just got to learn to love everybody.
If you want to change a culture, if you want to destroy a culture, then the place to start is teacher training. And when you think of it, to permeate the whole curriculum with issues of gender, race and class, it does exactly that.
Mass psychosis and gender dysphoria destroys so many vulnerable children's lives. With failure to achieve peace, they squandered the opportunity for peace that came from the collapse of the Soviet Union. They reduce the geopolitical discourse to a Punch and Judy show. They want us to believe Putin is entirely evil and the West is Santa Claus. But people know about their broken promises, letting ex-Soviet nations join NATO and join the European Union. People know the CIA caused the Maidan Revolution to get rid of the pro-Russian leader of Ukraine. People know about the West's biological warfare laboratories across Ukraine. I'm not on Putin's side, but our leaders orchestrate conflict and take us towards war. So why is the government implementing a totalitarian state? Because they're terrified of their failures being exposed. While our leaders tremble and hide in their Westminster bunkers, the people of Britain, who they're supposed to be serving, they live and die with the consequences of government failures. So many failures.
We could be looking at the decay of Western civilization.
So, to the leaders of our nation, the people elected to serve us, the people, your lust for power and your moral cowardice created this mess. Without pride or confidence in our nation, you cower in fear and you facilitate every ideology that comes along. You took the knee to the Marxists of Black Lives Matter. You embraced immorality of the transgender movement. You watch as men dressed as women read to primary school children and pump sexualised material into their little minds. You drank the Kool-Aid on climate change when Nobel Prize-winning scientists say it's bullshit. And you cower like cowards before Islam. These ideologies seek to tear down our society, our culture and our heritage. You are paralysed with fear, or you join them out of the fear of what might happen if you don't. What have you done to foster equality under the law, democracy and liberty? What have you done to protect our precious cultural inheritance of which you are the custodians? What have you done to protect our borders? What have you done to protect our daughters from 50 years of rape and torture at the hands of Islamic gangs? What have you done to defend the sovereignty of the United Kingdom against malign influence of undemocratic, unaccountable bodies like the European Union, United Nations, the World Health Organization and the World Economic Forum? What have you done to protect the rights of those who actually oppose you? What have you done to stand with the people of Britain for common sense? What have you done for our economy? You set fire to the house, now you want credit for trying to put out that fire. What have you done to educate our children? You've poisoned their minds with evil nonsense. You have done nothing, nothing at all. In your lust for power, you seek to take our freedoms. And in your moral cowardice, you fail to speak out and stand against the evil ideologies that want to wreak havoc on our beautiful country. You underestimate the human spirit. We are a free people. You cannot take that freedom away. We will fight you to preserve it, and our love for freedom will always conquer your lust for power. Your tyranny will fail. And as for the rest of us, the people of Great Britain, we are perilously close to becoming a totalitarian state. We already have two-tier policing, a politicised judiciary and controlled media. They take money to push narratives. Resistance to the narrative is costly, and the more costly it becomes, the fewer people will speak out. And despite the appearance of a liberal society, our democracies, our cultural inheritance, our real equality and democracy, and our liberty, they are crumbling before our eyes. If Western governments learned anything in recent years, they've learned that fear is an effective tool of control. And many people appear willing to give up their freedoms for a promise of safety, or even just a little extra convenience. And by the way, the totalitarian state will try and displace all previous traditions, and it will try to redefine reality itself. This totalitarianism demands we all embrace a set of so-called progressive beliefs, which are in fact incompatible with reality. Let's just take one example, that there's a massive threat from the so-called far right, when the reality is 90% of the people on the terrorist watch list are followers of Islam. Or mass immigration and multiculturalism is a great idea. Or there's over 100 genders because we say there are. And what will come next? Sex with little children is just another form of sexual expression? It will not be long before denouncing paedophilia is demonised, as was the Marxist-Leninist dogma of the early 20th century. Lonely, hopeless, angry people who have given up on our leaders, and who can blame them? And desperate for a purpose, a promise of something better, a place to belong. They are desperate, if you like, for a new religion. Today, the new religion may appeal to people's desire for a just society, a society that liberates victims of historical oppression. It may appeal to people's fear of global warming, their desire to save the planet for humanity. The pretext is always altruistic, care and concern. But the reality requires demonising individuals who dissent and persecuting out-of-favour groups. In reality, concern for the oppressed or for humanity is lost under a wave of hate for tradition and anyone who challenges the so-called progressive dogma of the day. And the state uses manufactured crisis and the threat of chaos to implement new measures and take away more of your freedoms. Again, it's for your own good. There has been no violent revolution, but the revolution has occurred. It is complete. Hate-filled progressive groups and ideas have infiltrated our schools and our universities. Their graduates have entered the corporate world and the public sector. They run the media. You may think you have the right views, but if we are to learn anything from Alexander Solzhenitsyn, there is no way of knowing what charges will be brought against you. No one knows what's happening tomorrow. There is a permanent and ever-shifting inquisition. So watch out. We can expect the battle for our society, for our cultural inheritance, to get worse before it gets better, because tyrants do not want to give up their power easily. But as with the hard totalitarianism of communist Russia and China, which depended on people's fear of challenging their lies and unreality, so it is with the insanity of the world today. We must continue to speak the truth. More people must stand up and speak out. The stakes could not be higher. If we lose our freedom to speak, the freedom to think will become the next casualty. Scrutiny dies and tyranny reigns. Thank you.
To restore faith in the British public, the head must be removed from the snake. Let's start with getting the resignation of Mark Rowley. If you're angered and frustrated by what you've seen, please go to resignmarkrowley.com. We will hand this petition in our thousands at our next event on July the 27th in London.
Hello, that's better. We up? Thank you, everyone. Look, I know you've given us your time. I know it's been a long day so far. You've all come here. I can't literally stand here and take all the gratitude for making these films because there's a team of us at Urban Scoop. I'd like to thank Aidan, who's put this film together, made it the artistic work that it was. Thank you, bro. And every other volunteer and team member behind the scenes that has worked with us. We've got multiple documentaries in the making, and if you're watching this at home, if you're one of the people who've supported our work at Urban Scoop, whether it be for Panodrama, The Rape of Britain, the Hope Not Hate Expose, Nick Rolls, the Hope Not Hate Expose, our Irish documentary, or today, you make it possible, so we wouldn't be able to create any of this content if it wasn't for you. Now, let me get this out. If you're watching this at home, I'll talk at the end about the next date we'll meet up again, yeah? But if you're watching this, Mark Rowley must resign. You have failed this city. Mark Rowley is responsible for all the scenes that we have seen. The politicised policing, where the Metropolitan Police Force run away from jihadists. They let anti-Semitism out of control every Saturday. They allow crime. They do nothing. And then they smash their truncheons against patriots, members of our armed forces, just trying to pay their respects on Armistice Day. Sign the petition at Mark Rowley. How's about that, eh? ResignMarkRowley.com. Right? Thank you. We've got some more people who want to give you a message. The next lady, someone who I've watched. I enjoy her content. She's brilliant. Let's play her message to you all now, yeah? It's June Slater.
It was a hard enough fight trying to leave the European Union. I never thought I'd see the day where I'd have to fight to leave my own front door. Or fight not to have a new drug put into my arm I knew so little about. Or watch care workers get sacked, 40,000 of them, for wanting to exercise the same caution. I never thought I'd see media figures, celebrities, and politicians over-exaggerate claims and effects and benefits of a drug they knew so little about. I never thought I'd see us taxed and fined and have energy prices so high on the road to net zero when countries like China, the biggest offender, are allowed to continue and grow their use of fossil fuels because of a one-line agreement in the Paris Accord. They receive foreign aid from countries like us who are crippling themselves. I never thought I'd see another country's flags waved on the streets of Britain so prolifically as we do right now. And I never thought all my taxes would be sent out to the military-industrial complex to create weapons for other people's wars. Most people I know don't want war. Most people I know want a decent country. We want our needs addressing here. Sadly, neither political party is interested in that. So it's up to us, the people, to draw their attention to our needs, and that's what's happening today. We're trying to get the establishment to realise the people are not going to put up with this. We do not need tyranny. We can run our own lives. We are all individuals with our own dreams and goals. We are not one size fits all. Never give up. We are winning. Because it's not just the activists, the bloggers and the protesters. This situation is being discussed in the supermarkets, the taxi ranks and the bus queues. Everybody knows there's something wrong and there's something we can do about it. We are greater in numbers, and once we decide enough is enough, it's enough.
Thank you, Jude. Okay. 703,000 people are currently watching us live. We are the people. This country is a Christian country. I stopped going to church. Many of the leaders of our churches are out of touch with the people. They've sold us out. They've destroyed their own reputation. I think if every church leader was like the man you're about to hear from today, the churches would be full again.
Hello, it's Father Calvin Robinson here. First of all, congratulations on getting this thing together. It's a fantastic start of a movement on the 1st of June. I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person. I had a prior engagement, but I'm with you in spirit because I think this is vital. Getting the country together, not just a right versus left issue, but a Britain versus everything else issue. We have seen in this country our values eroded over the past 10 to 20 years, and our faith has been at the core of that. England has always been a Christian country. There will be people that say, no, it was pagan, blah, blah, blah. No, England, since its foundation as a country, has always been a Christian country. And that's important because it's kind of formed who we are as a people. And from our laws to our values, to our culture, to our language, all of it comes from the Christian faith. It's all from that same foundation, such as the common law system that we have, where an Englishman's home is his castle. And we should be free to do as we please as long as we're not breaking a law. We don't have the active law system that they have in the EU and the US as an example. But what we're seeing as we take Christ out of education, academia, our legal system, the courts, parliament, as we take Christ out of all of these things, this tale that we've been told is that we could fill them with secularism, that we could have political neutrality, and that all ideas will be treated equal. But that is a lie. We know that to be a lie. When you take something out, something else has to go in to fill its place. Nature abhors a vacuum. And what we've seen filling that void is Mohammedanism. And Mohammedanism, despite what the liberals tell you, is counter to our way of life. It's contradictory to British values, to Christian values. Where Islam tells you to kill your enemy, Christianity tells you to die of yourself. There's a very, very different concept. The Christian faith is about love, faith, hope, and love. The Islamic cult is a death cult, founded by a warmongering paedophile. Let's be honest. I'm not saying this to be offensive or to trigger. This is the truth. And we've skirted around this for so long out of fear of causing offence. Well, we have to stop being afraid of causing offence because our country is being torn apart as a result. The truth is, there are many, many people in this country that want to turn it into an Islamic caliphate. And I don't want Britain to become an Islamic caliphate. I don't want England to become an Islamic caliphate. I look at countries that are predominantly Mohammedan, and I see that people are thrown off roofs for having the wrong sort of lifestyle. Women are not allowed to drive or learn and have to cover their faces with all but the letterbox of the niqab. It's wrong. It's inappropriate. It's wrong, and it's not in our way of life. The English way has always been freedom of religion, so that people can worship however they want. The problem there has been that it was always assumed that we'd be worshipping the Christian God, and that is no longer the case, which means that people are worshipping this warmongering paedophile, probably under demonic influence, and it's tearing us apart at the seams. So what is the answer to that? The answer to that is return to Christianity, return to Christ. And there are many, many people on our side who do not have the faith, but still see the importance of Christianity. To leave you with a message, I will not call it Muslim. I will not use the word Muslim. Muslim means true believer. They are not true believers. People who worship or who follow Muhammad are not true believers of God. Just as when they say Allahu Akbar, it doesn't mean God is great. It means God is greater. These are claims of dominance that this Islamic faith is centered on taking over. The whole premise is to invade a land and to turn it into a caliphate for Islam. It is to get Sharia everywhere. Now, we don't want Sharia. Well, I don't want Sharia. I can't speak for you. If you don't want Sharia, we all need to stand up and say, we do not want Sharia in this country. And so our politicians have not been listening. They've been importing Mohammedans for a long, long time. Don't know what the reason behind that is, but I can see that there are Christians who are being persecuted in southern Sudan, northern Nigeria, Artsakh, Armenia, China even. All across the world, Christians are being persecuted, but they're not being helped to come to Britain. So if the politicians think, yeah, we need more immigrants for whatever reason, be it GDP, jobs, whatever reason they give, at least they could have been importing people with our values, but they haven't. They've been importing people who are hostile to our values, people who hate us and hate our way of life, which we can speculate all day on as to why, but we've seen the fruits of that. We've seen that young, white, British, working class girls are being raped, abused, and even sometimes killed because they're not seen as an ordinary human to these people. In their culture, it's acceptable. The Pakistani Muslim rape gangs have been covered up by the establishment for far too long, from every level, from the local councillors to parliamentarians to the police forces. It's been covered up every way from the councillors. And why? For the sake of diversity, inclusion, and equality. And I think it's time we said, actually, we don't want to be diverse. To be diverse means to remove something to replace it with something else. We don't want to remove Christianity. We don't want to remove Britishness or Englishness to replace it with a foreign hostile ideology. We don't want to be inclusive of everything. Not all ideas are equal. We live in a society and we have to contribute to that society. Men contribute in different ways to women, but all of us contribute together to building this kingdom that we live in. And that needs to be recognized again. We need to ignore the people who are saying that men and women are the same, because men and women have different gifts. We need to ignore the people who are saying that every culture is the same, because every culture is different and some are better than others. And of course, we need to get back to that recognition of diversity, inclusion, and equality is harmful for our country. Let's rip that out, rip out wokeness, rip out Islam, and put Christianity back at the forefront. Let's remind ourselves who we are as a people. We're a Christian people. We believe in the Christian God. We believe in faith, hope, and love. We believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross for us because we are sinners, and he died for that reason to offer us, and he rose again to offer us eternal salvation, that we might live forever in him. That is a wonderful blessing, a wonderful gift that he presents to us, and we are the ones who have to accept it by repenting of our sins and acknowledging faith in him. And to do that, to repent of our sins, we need to repent of all this for the last 20 years, this mass immigration, this mass importing of people that hate us, this self-hatred that a lot of people in this country have at the moment. We need to repent of all of that, and we need to reclaim our Christian nation for once and for all. So thank you to everyone who's gathered today. Thank you to everyone who's helped organise it, and I hope there's another one soon, and I can't wait to be with you all. God bless you, and let's put Christ back in our hearts and back in the heart of our nation. Take care.
Come on, Calvin Robinson. Yes. Now, I'm going to show you all some images on the screen. I want you to give me your opinion, very vocally, of the people you're about to see. Let's go.
Look at you, you bloody lovely lot. Thank you for being there with Tommy today. You know what? It is madness out there at the moment, isn't it? Absolute insanity. You're supposed to believe that the world is on fire, that Arthur can be Martha just by tucking his knob in his Spanx. And you're supposed to believe that the little nipple-hype mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, represents decent Londoners. Well, we know that none of that is true. for the benefit of any lefty twat spangles from the media hiding in amongst our good people today, let me say a few things that I believe very clearly. And of course, no one else is required to agree with me or share my views. But I believe that freedom is God-given. No one has the right to take it away. I believe there are only two genders, male and female. I believe a parent has the responsibility for their child, and that child should be left to be a child for as long as is humanly possible. And I believe government must be small, of the people, for the people, by the people, and the only purpose of government is to ensure your liberty and your happiness. I believe all of those things, and I will not apologise for any of them. For saying these things, you lovely people have been labelled, given every label under the sun: conspiracy theorists, anti-vaxxers, racists. But of course, these people who label you lesser men were hoping you would shut up and go away. But we will not shut up, and we will not go away. And you guys have been proved right over and over again. Right about the managed decline of Britain. Right about the net zero mafia. Right about the pandemic. Right about the need to stand up for our Christian culture. Others choose to join. You have been proven right. And there is no pleasure in being right about these things, but there is power. The power of knowing that you were true to yourself when all others complied. The power of finding this new family of yours on the road, all around you, all good people who you can rely on. And the power of the attitude that you now have carved into your jawbone that says, don't mess with me. And I love it. Be optimistic, good people. In the end, we win. The truth always does. Alone, like you were the only one, that you were isolated, that no one else thought the way you did. But that was never true. Let me reassure you here from the road that you are not alone. We are many, and we are stronger together. Go on.
I believe any culture movement that is formed for our culture has to involve Kate Hopkins. To the mainstream media, let me read you the headline from the Daily Mail today. Tommy Robinson leads football hooligans in London in massive protest. Daily Mail, your article has had 68 shares. We're currently live to 750,000 people. You no longer have the monopoly. You have no power. I am not going to miss this opportunity with this audience who are listening. If you're watching this live, I want you to listen to each person we introduce. I want you to follow them, to support them. Elon Musk, get me back my voice. Thank you. But Elon Musk hasn't just given me a voice. Citizen journalism is the answer to the corrupt media, okay? I'm going to ask people to come up now. As they come up, let's start with the Voice of Wales. Voice of Wales, come in. Down and stand. Come in, lads. Where's the live camera there? Tell people who you are and where they can follow you.
No, it's stand. It takes its time. So, in the show, we're Voice of Wales. The main place to find us these days is X, and it is at VO Wales Official for our official account. Stan?
I haven't got a clue.
Stan's is at Stan VO Wales as well. You can find us on Rumble, Voice of Wales, and you can find us at our website, voiceofwales.com, and we're live every Tuesday and Thursday with lots of guests. Thank you.
Camry Amber! What's happening? Welsh and proud, they say. Go on, boy. Everyone should be proud of their country and who they are. Street Mike, where are you? Come on, up you get. Make sure if you're watching this live, if you're playing it back at home, you follow these people. Take the power away from the media. If the mainstream media are watching this, you're not the media anymore. Right? You're not. Introduce yourself, brother.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Wendell Daniel, and can I begin by saying, as an Englishman, I'm proud to be here, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tommy. It's been a brilliant day, and follow me. If you don't follow me, I don't care. But I report what goes on out there on the streets, and I love it. Sorry, go on YouTube, you can find me, Street Meet, Mike live stream. I will be at Speaker's Corner tomorrow, 1 till 5 p.m.
Carl Benjamin notices. Is he still here? Carl, is he coming up? This is the only way we take the power away from them, okay? Carl? Carl? There you go.
It's just been a hell of a day, hasn't it? Look at the sea of people. Like tens of thousands of you. It's incredible to see. My name's Carl Benjamin. You can follow me on Twitter, Sargon of Akkad, or go to loadseats.com, sign up for £5 a month, help us out, make sure we can keep doing our work to support this. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Cole has been fighting a culture war for years. James Harvey, where are you? James Harvey, come on. Introduce yourself, right?
Hello! Bloody hell, the amount of faces here is absolutely incredible! So I'm the leader of a group called Students Against Tyranny. We are leading the youngsters against all of this woke, progressive nonsense! You can follow me on Telegram, Students Against Tyranny Official, and Twitter, @JamesHarvey2503. Thank you.
Where's Jono Jones? Sydney, you go. Introduce yourself, darling.
I'm Sydney. I run a channel called Jono Jones 05. I mostly focus on transgenderism in children and how I'm against that. I refuse to let my generation become corrupt. You can find me at Jono Jones 05 on YouTube, Twitter, basically anywhere.
Resistance GB, where are you? Here we go, bruv. Come on, up you come. Hold on, look how small I am.
The reason I got started on all of this was because back in 2020, our government decided they could lock up people without a court order, without them having committed a crime, without a fair trial. I saw thousands of people stand up for our freedom. And what did the mainstream media report? They reported that you good people were thugs. They reported that you attacked the police when I saw them beating you with batons. I went down to the court and I heard the Lord Chief Justice of England and Wales, when he was looking at whether the lockdowns were legal, talk not about the science, not about the evidence, but what he saw in the Times newspaper. Do we want to be governed by this filthy, smear-mongering mainstream media? Since then, I've been beaten up, maced, brutalised, assaulted, threatened and intimidated for doing journalism and bringing people the truth. And I am glad that this man here is out doing journalism, and I'm glad to see so many people reporting the truth now. We have to replace the mainstream media. We must bring back truth. And may I say, we need to free a man called Julian Assange. Thank you very much. My name is Will Coleshill from Resistance GB. Please subscribe to us on Twitter, Telegram, Odyssey, and anywhere else. YouTube. We've got 5,000 people going right now. So I think with all of these numbers, you're not just at 750,000. I think you might be at 1 million, Tommy.
The media are the cancer, and we are the cure. And we're not going anywhere. Alan Merritt, where are you, bro? Come on, Alan. Introduce yourself.
Guys, a lot of you know me from my child abuse experience as a child abuse survivor. All my family were abused in state welfare. You know, I call this place Westminster, and I go around the country speaking at events as a survivor of historic child abuse. The little boy inside me could not speak. The adult in me will speak and will carry on speaking. Save our children. Find me, YouTube, Wake Up UK, and TikTok.
We'll give a shout out to Busker as well. I think he's coming up. Lewis, come up. He's not coming. Lewis Blackpool, yeah?
Well, I wasn't expecting this. I don't really get out of the house that much, so... No, my name's Lewis Brackpool. I've been a journalist, independent journalist, for 3 years now, and I'm going to admit to something, actually. I used to dislike you. I believed the crap that the mainstream media posted about you and everyone else. But then I realised they are lying. They are lying to each and every one of you, and that's why citizen journalism is so important. So important. So thank you to everyone here that has come out today and shown your support, and every single journalist here that has reported the truth today. Now, I can stand here and promote my own social media, but there is one person that actually I really want to promote today. And it is one person that will never turn his face from you, even if you're at your lowest. And his name is Jesus Christ. Thank you very much.
What's his sweater?
Where's Harv? Harv? You alright? Okay. Hearts of Oak. Peter, where are you? Come on.
Thank you. My name's Peter McElvenna. I've been running Hearts of Oak for the last 4.5 years. And why? Because a desire to speak truth. I mean, I've worked in this place for 12 years for Lord Pearson, someone who is fearless in the House of Lords, and the only person who will speak on Islam. I've also the pleasure of working for Gerard Batten. One of the, when you meet politicians, you realise there is ego in many politicians. You meet Gerard and there is zero ego. He wants to do what is right for this country, and that's an example for us all. But the reason why I do Hearts Spoke is simply truth, because we need to speak truth and we no longer know what truth is about. I echo what Lewis says, but unless we understand what it means to have truth and what truth means, we will go further and further adrift. But you can find us every Monday, Thursday, Saturday. We are at Hearts of Oak UK on Twitter, X, and heartsofoak.org.
And the representative of the next company is from Rebel Media. Ezra Levant turned me from a football hooligan into a journalist. Thank you, Ezra. Alexa, introduce yourself, darling.
exotic person here in the crowd. Hello, I'm from Montreal, and I'm the French reporter for Rebel. I don't know if you know Rebel News, but yeah, great. So if you want to watch the report, it will be available at battleforlondon.com. And if you want to follow us, of course, like we have YouTube, Rumble, we have our website, rebelnews.com. And for my Twitter, you can also follow me at The Voice Alexa. Wow, is it me? I'm doing like some interference. It's crazy. Oh, I think it's my microphone. Okay, so I'm speaking like that. But thank you for being there.
Now, a gentleman who's become a good friend of mine, he's flown over from the United States of America. Big Don, come on. You've got to see the size of his triceps.
Hello, England! People always ask me, why do you care so much about Tommy Robinson in England? It's because your plight is our plight. Everything that's happening to you is happening in the United States right now. I want you guys to know that Tommy Robinson is a national treasure. And I hope you protect him as such and appreciate him as such. The lawfare that they're doing to Tommy Robinson now is the same thing they're doing to our former president, Donald Trump. Tommy and you guys are representative of what's going on in the Western culture right now. It's going on all over the West. We have to fight back. We have to fight back starting now. If you're at home watching, if you're not fighting, if you're not standing up, if you're not speaking, you have to raise your voices. We have to take back the West. Thank you, Tommy Robinson. Thank you for being a great patriot. You can follow me at Real Don Keith on X and Instagram, The Real Beef Don Keith on Facebook. Thank you very much.
Siraj, where's Siraj? Here you go, bro.
How's it all going? Yeah, I'm Siraj. My channel is called Actual Coverage. And I started in 2020 when the lockdown happened. But I never trusted the media for years, decades. Like, I remember when I was 18, that's when I realized they're lying, because all of a sudden I'm paying taxes. But the penny dropped during lockdown, and I realized that, look, it's getting very serious now, and very quickly I refused to comply. I was like, I'm not complying with this bullshit. And I came out just like all of you. I see a lot of people who are there with me too. And then we all saw the media. 100 people turn up, 1,000 people turn up. It was the biggest protest in UK history. And then I heard the stories from the people next to me, horrible stories. And I was just thinking, that should have been filmed. So I had a little GoPro, and I went out and I started doing it, and I haven't stopped. And now we're all here. And what's amazing is I see everybody who started with me, and they're all here. And after 4 years, it's the first time somebody asked me to actually come on stage, come behind the barrier, and get some recognition, not just for me, but for everybody. Because we're all doing our own little things. So, thank you, Tommy, and thank you, everybody involved in the team, for actually doing this. Because there's a lot of unsung heroes here who are just grafting, and we're fighting. So, thank you very much. And where to follow me? Actual Coverage, right? It's on everything. Twitter, Rumble, Odyssey, Telegram, and YouTube, but that's a dying place. Fuck YouTube, exactly. So, thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your peaceful day.
Now another lad who you're all going to have seen as well, Nyack. He's in our documentary.
London. I'm a freedom fighter, actually. You can find me in police station cell, actually. Unfortunately. we never lost our country, and Islamism never come to power. Thank you, and never forget, if you stay silent, you don't have a place to run away. We have place like UK, you know, we coming here in UK, and you give us opportunity to live and in a freedom country, but they use freedom against you, British patriot. Just never forget, never give them opportunity to use these things against you. Thank you so much.
Right, two more. I know we had a lot of your time today, yeah? Hafez, up you come, bro.
Thank you, guys. Thank you everyone. Wow, this is amazing. I'm just some small guy. I'm just a guy in the street. I am another Iranian, though, I will say this. And all I have to say is look to us, the Iranians, the Christian Syrians, the Christian Egyptians. We are the canary down the minefield of what could happen to these societies. I've been warning about the dangers of Islam for 20 years, and people keep saying, no, it's peaceful. Finally, it has happened. It's in your streets. Eventually, it'll be in your schools. It'll be in your children's schools, and you will see it. Please take note of where we came from, because we don't want our countries to be Islamists. We don't want our countries to be dominated by an Islamic mullah regime or a caliphate, and that is the future that I foresee in this country, given the birth rates, given the immigration rates. I know these I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but this crowd is unbelievable. I love the flags. I love the fact that I feel I'm still in England. I still am in England. You can follow me on Hafez Reflects on YouTube, Fancy Star UK on Twitter or X. But thank you, Tommy, for everything you do.
Make sure if you're one of the people watching this, you slow down these videos, you follow every single one of them, you like their content and you support them. The next girl was flown here today from Australia. AW Today, Anna, come on. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Anna McGovern, and we're from the Aussie Wire AW.Today. How is everyone doing? No, I've been speaking to a bunch of people in the crowd. We've been doing interviews on the ground, just getting coverage for the channel. And I think the main sentiment, the main takeaway from today is everyone loves their country. Everyone just wants the best for Britain. And I think that's a powerful thing. I think that's a really good thing. And it's really great to see everyone here. So yeah. Pardon? Everyone, Anna McGovern UK on Twitter, or the Aussie Wire AW.Today is our name. So you can find us on all social media platforms. Thank you.
And now, someone who I watched a lot of, I really like their content. I think if there was an award to give today for what I'd call Citizen Journalist of the Year, it'd be Mayor Tusi. Come on, Tusi.
Hello. The establishment out there and the far left want people to think that this gathering is an angry group just being anti-things and complaining about things. But this event is about also getting together, look at the crowd, look at the Scottish flag, Welsh flags, English flags, of course Union flags, Iranian flags, Israeli flags, American flags. This is about sending a positive message, about actually fighting for our values and the British natives fighting for their identity. The problem we have is that for a long time, liberal secular society, which as a foundation is a good idea, but it's gone too far because liberal secular society can only work if you have the foundation of traditional values. And if you become complacent, you lose it. There was once a country that was free, and it was a liberal secular society, until 1979, when the Islamic occupiers took over because the people in the country were complacent. They thought they would always have freedom. That country was Iran. Do not turn Britain into another Iran. Now, this kingdom is a family. Whether you were born here or not, treat it as a family. If you're a British native, fight for your values. If you're a guest and a newcomer, respect the identity of the society. It doesn't matter, I don't care what your skin color is or your color of your hair, or if your pronouns are avo and cardo. You must treat it as a family. Now, I also have a message to all the British Christians out there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a crisis of birth rates and demographics. You must start having babies. Have a lot of babies. In fact, straight after this event, go and have babies. And to all the men out there, don't drink too much beer because sometimes that affects it. Now, finally, the problems that we are finally talking about solutions. This is a positive campaign and movement, right? But it's not just about political issues. You can change your political parties, have a new party, have a new leader, whatever. We also have to fight the institutions and culturally across the country because people have been neglected, which means the political left for decades and decades have been infiltrating our institutions, from academia to our cultural institutions to media to the political establishment. It's time for us to do the same now. It's time for us to show them that the new media revolution is here. I was going to be claiming that we have a lot of people watching on 2C TV Live right now, but Tommy is getting almost 1 million people, so well done. The point of it is, we are the media and we are doing it together. And if you want to support us, if you want to support 2C TV, of course it's on YouTube, 2C TV, or you can go on 2c.tv, the website, and support us as well. And of course support all the other independent journalists and reporters and broadcasters here as well. Thank you so much for listening. I'm Maya 2C and we...
Scale your email marketing efforts with automation. One example is to send an automated series of emails to...
And if you want to support us, if you want to support 2C TV, of course it's on YouTube, 2C TV, or you can go on 2c.tv, the website, and support us as well. And of course support all the other independent journalists and reporters and broadcasters here as well. Thank you so much for listening.
Who's watching this? Your election in November is far bigger than your country, okay? Donald Trump is needed in this world to bring back peace. His leadership is needed to save the West. All of our countries are being flooded. They are destroying our cultures. They're bringing us down. It's an attack on the West. And there's only one person who's going to stop it, and you have that opportunity in November with this legend. Now, I have another friend who's American. He's travelled over. I'm going to let him say a few words quickly. And tell people where to follow you as well, bro.
Thank you, Tommy, for having me here. This is an amazing group who's fighting to have their country back. And I really just admire the enthusiasm you guys have on the front lines of Western civilization. My family fled Iran in 1979. My grandfather married a Jewish woman. His middle name was Muhammad. This was back when Iran had a good relationship with the British, Israel, and the United States. Then what happened, as some of the other speakers have said, a group of fanatics came in and took over. In Israel, where some of my family is from, in Jerusalem, they're surrounded by fanatics. On October 7th, came in, essentially murdered and raped innocent women in Israel. What Tommy Robinson and all of you are doing right now is you're taking a stand against the fanaticism that's going to take over your country and make London into Londonstein. If you would have asked people in 1977 in Iran, did they think a revolution would happen and their country would be destroyed, they would say no. Don't think it can't happen here in England, because it can. Your country will get taken over. Those people don't respect your culture. They take advantage of your social credit welfare system. They hate you. They don't respect you. They look at you like dogs, infidels that deserve to be conquered and submitted into submission. All of you here are taking a stand, and Tommy Robinson is making British history by taking a stand and holding the fucking line against the fanaticism. Thank you for having me in this beautiful country. Make England great again.
You know who? Danny, Tomo, come here. Danny. Danny's been by my side for years, yeah? And lots of the things that have happened, Danny's always been there, always supported. St George's Day, Danny put on, I wasn't even involved in it really. So Danny, introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Danny Tomo. Honestly, what we did on St George's Day was beautiful, and what we've done today is we stepped it up. This is the beginning of the end for them. They know it. It's coming. I just want to say, please get home safe after this event. Don't let them antagonise you. You're all very much. So what we've done today is making history. We're bringing back our culture. We're bringing back our religion. And we thank Jesus Christ for everything that we have done and everything we will do. Find me on YouTube at Danny Tomo. Thank you very much.
And again, we don't want to waste this opportunity. There's over 800,000 people now watching. There's someone else who I've grown as a friend, who I respect. Danny Roscoe, where are you? There he is.
Are we here to take our country back? So I represent Black White Unite, and I think today we've achieved that. We are here as one. We are here for the people, and these people over here, the establishment, who have tried for years and years to oppress us. Now they're looking out and they're saying, wow, we've got something to, we have to really think about it, because today is the day, like my friend said, that we're holding the line. Thank you.
Now, I know Calvin Robinson would have always done this. So there's a couple of lads here, where are they? I want to end this event with a prayer. Come on, boys. Thank you for the honour to stand here today in front of you. See, this is a spiritual battle against the powers of darkness. And there is only one king, the light of the world, who can overcome the darkness. So pray with me like you did in Sunday school growing up. We're going to do the Lord's Prayer. And the power of God alone will set us free. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but will have everlasting life. Praise God. Where's Speaker's Corner Bob? Where is he? Come up here, Speaker's Corner Bob. I have never seen anyone. He's coming up here now. He definitely deserves a shout out. If you want to see a strong Christian, argue Christians' points against Islamic radicals in Speaker's Corner, you have to follow this next man. When I listen to him talk, he turns on the fire. Oh. Christ is King. There is an authority higher for us than the Parliament. There is an authority greater than us, than the liberal media, and that is our Lord Jesus Christ. And we won't surrender our heritage, our culture, or our religion to those that seek to make us second-class citizens as dhimmis in our own land. Thousands of years ago, Christians fought to defend one another against oppression and persecution. And right now, our brothers and sisters in Egypt, in Armenia, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Pakistan, are all suffering under the yoke of Sharia law. We must not allow Sharia law in the United Kingdom. We must stand with our brothers and sisters around the world in the name of Christ, because Christ unites black and white, white and Asian, Asian and American. He unites us under a single banner, the banner of the cross. And so, I say, and I want you to join with me in saying, that it isn't Parliament that is king, or Charles that is king, but Christ who is king. Christ is king! 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 And not that I am worthy of being followed, but if you want to watch some interesting debates, you can find my channel on Bob of Speaker's Corner on YouTube. But I'm really not worthy to share a stage with this man, who I want to give a personal thanks to. Because in the north of England, as all of you well know, thousands of children were being raped, and no one was willing to talk about it until this man forced all of them to talk about it. And so I am personally grateful for what he did. And that's why I'm willing to share a stage with him. Thank you. Do you know what will kill this country? Apathy. People thinking that we can't do anything. The entire next election in 4 weeks in this country is being dictated by the Islamic community, who make up 7% of the population. We have to get organised. We are the majority, okay? We need to give people something to believe in.
Get them out!
How do we do that? I don't believe one person does that. I believe that every single person that you've seen talk today, every media person you've seen represented, and many others who wish to protect our culture and our country need to come together, okay? We need to work a plan. I'm not saying that we have all the answers, but what we want to tell them is that we're going to fight them. We're going to no longer become minorities in our towns and cities, allow our freedom of speech to be taken. Today, this is a battle of David versus Goliath. Every one of them view every one of you as David, as little and insignificant. Today, we took a step towards Goliath. On the 27th of July, and between then and now, everyone who was up there and some need to get talking and working on the plan. Have you had a good day today? If you watched this at home and you were worried about coming because of the lies and schemes of the media and the politicians, next time, you know it's okay. Come and join your country's men and women, okay? So, you all come here today, you've all spent your hard-earned money, you've travelled. Will you all come again on the 27th of July? Will you bring your friends with you on the 27th of July? We are just laying the foundations. On the 27th of July, we hope many people can give you a vision, a belief that there is a future. You see, we need them. At the minute, for the last however many years, we feared them. They should fear us. We are the people, as I said, ignore the election 4 weeks' time, it's pointless. Keir Starmer's getting in. We've got 4 to 5 years. And we need to get organised, we need to build a community, we need to build a brotherhood and sisterhood. And we're going to finish this now on another song from the lovely Kelly. If they haven't noticed yet, we will not back down! What a day. Yeah? I want to thank everybody here. I want to say a special thank you. This event today was put on because generous people have supported the campaign just to fund it. I hope if you've watched this, if you couldn't make it, you sat at home, that you contributed to the cost of this, you've enjoyed yourself, and you've known that none of it would have happened without you. Every one of you has supported our work, so thank you. Personally, from every one of us, from me, from the team, thank you. I forgot to mention one person who just popped in my head. I don't think he's here anymore. Paul Ford. Make sure. Paul, you here? Do you know what? I didn't forget to mention you. Whoever wrote the list.
Look at this. Look at this. Just have a look at the people next to you right now. This is your family. This is our family. And we will not be defeated. We will never, ever surrender. And next time, in July, please make sure that you bring not one, not two, but as many of your friends as possible. Because as Tommy said, look at the peace, look at the love. There's no reason to be scared. Come and join us. And let's be loud, let's be proud. More than anything, thank you everyone for your kindness and thank you for following me. I love you all. Thank you very much.
You know, there was a lot of stewards who volunteered their time today. Kaz, Ginger Tony, thank you for sorting it all out. But again, this event wouldn't have happened without one more gentleman who worked tirelessly to put this together. Richard Inman, where are you, Richard?
I was feeling so ignored and so left out, I was behaving like a bitch. But look, this event has been the best event we've ever put on. I put my ego in the corner for a little while, because there's loads of speakers that are better than me now. I want to say something. Now stop sulking, I want to say something. That house to your right, people talk about the Great Replacement. I want the Great Replacement. I want to replace the scum traitors in that house with Danny Toro, Tommy Robinson, Maya Tusi, and anyone else who'll step up to them up and get rid of them. They are corrupt, they are evil, they have destroyed our country, and they have to go. I like looking at stats. 79% of Brits, of whatever background, believe there's too much immigration. Do you agree? That makes up 30 million voters that agree with us. They don't agree with the Labour Party. They don't agree with the Conservatives, and they don't agree with Nigel Farage and his Reform Party with his one in, one out immigration policy. They want the doors closed. And that's what's going to happen. Today has been a superb day. Look at all these people from all different backgrounds, all different colours. We're all united by one thing, and I got this from Paul Thorpe. What's in our hearts? Every single one of our hearts is red, white, and blue. And give it up for Tommy Robinson. Thank you very much.
Now, we just asked one more thing. We're going to be live in about an hour. Cole Benjamin, Maya Tusi, Lawrence Fox. We're going to be talking about today, banging heads on what we do next, talking about the 27th of July. You have all acted impeccably, behaved impeccably today. Okay? Well done. Well done. And do you know what? Do you know what? Well done to Metropolitan Police Force for staying out of the way as well. That's all we ask. Stay out of the way, lads, right? If you'd have stayed out of the way on St George's Day, there would have been no trouble. If you'd have stayed out of the way on Armitage Day, there would have been no trouble. Well, you stayed out of the way today. There's been no trouble. Thank you, everybody. Okay, it's been a great day. I'm going to get some lamb chops in the corner. Someone's dropped their car keys over here. It looks like a Fiat. We're going to leave them here, so if you check your pockets and you realise you've lost a car key, we've got it here, all right? It's a Fiat car key. Everyone, thank you for coming. It's been an absolute pleasure. Kelly, darling, let's have a round of applause for Kelly. Charlie Sampson DJing over here. He's going to put some music on now. We've got D-Rid, we've got loads of stuff to sort out. Thank you all again. 27th of July, right? Make your plans.
Well, I just wanted to jump on there. Obviously, at the end, it was getting a bit screwed up, but this is not, I've not live streamed this, so this is from Tommy Robinson's website. I think Urban Scoop is the name of his actual sort of media company. Obviously, he's a journalist now. And so at the end I wanted to come on because I don't usually stream in totality other people's work, and he's put a lot of work in over the years to developing his panorama views and everything else he's done. He's done a lot of work over the years, but I thought it would be better actually live streaming this to show. Let me just check. I just want to make sure this is all working. So many working parts going at the same time. Hold on, where's that? And I just wanted to say, that's it, we're working. So, yeah, I wanted to just come on because I don't like actually just nicking somebody else's copyright, and especially not actually speaking, but I didn't really want to speak during that because I knew it was going to be very good, and I don't think I could have done any better with the camera angles. A shout out to the other great media companies like 2C TV and Street Mike and the other guys that Tommy had a shout out, and Carol Benjamin, obviously the Lotus Eaters, that's under condemnation from the incoming useless Labour Party. So I just wanted to just talk about the copyright situation, because this may be taken down, but I wanted to get eyes on it. I think about 10,000 people have watched it through the Guerilla TV channel, and I wanted to just make sure that if other people were going to watch it, they had the opportunity to watch it through us as well. Which they may not have seen. Obviously we've got a different audience, but a shout out to all the people that actually went there. We'll try and get to the next one, and but we wanted to get more eyes on it. That's why we live streamed it, just in case there's any copyright claims, or we've already shared the Tommy Robinson one on our Twitter, so hopefully that clears up just from the copyright point of view. I didn't want to do any commentary on it because I think the commentary was already sufficient, that was already on it. So just to let everybody know and put that to bed as well. Just wanted to come in for a couple of minutes, but obviously that was great. The Guerilla TV channel was down there when he was being persecuted, and there was demonstrations outside Parliament. We were also there when unsurprisingly, we were also there when he was doing his documentary in Telford. We were also there when he did the Freedom March, when everybody, including myself, was all being gagged, still is. So everything that's happened to him has probably happened to me in a different way, not as severe in a lot of circumstances, situations, but things I don't talk about that maybe I'll talk to him with regards to, if we ever get to have a one-to-one chat. but we've shared this, we've shared the other stuff we've talked about today, and it's all relative. It is something that you guys should be wary of. Some of the guys were Iranian or Persian, whatever they choose, and when the left promoted Islam, then the Islamists killed all the left-wingers in Persia. They just killed them, or if they didn't do that, they drove the non-Islamists out. So our government, whether they be left, right or centre, all of the political class are obviously shilling for the globalists. They want open-door immigration. They want the Union of the Mediterranean. They signed us up to the Barcelona process. They already knew what they were doing, to have open door and the ability for people just to come and go, no borders, no control of proper control of our police, and the subjugation of the indigenous population by the police, by the communists in the police, and the globalist shells that are basically running the organisations. So big shout out to, that's 887,700 views on the Tommy Robinson website, or the Tommy Robinson Twitter account, which this was streamed off of. And so they've ultimately got copyright. We obviously kept on where this was actually coming from during this, but as I said, I don't like to take somebody else's copyright in this its totality unless I'm doing some sort of commentary on it. But I didn't think that required commentary, and it was really just to get more eyes on it, which I think we did, and we were successful about doing it. So I just wanted to come on at the end. Sorry if I mucked up a wee bit for you guys at the end. I don't know if you guys are having a chat here. Hold on, let's see if we've got anything here. Oh, who's this? Street Mike. What were you guys saying though? Where is that? It's quite funny, the difference in me actually talking, having a laugh with you guys, and what actually comes, how it comes across when nothing's there. Yeah, bro, delete Windows. What the fuck? Yeah, you need to clean house. July in your diaries. Yeah, you guys have got a lot of Christ is King. Get off the drugs, Tigs. I don't know what's going on there. Amen. Let's put an end to Islam. No more barbarian cults in this country. Bro, delete Windows. Yeah, no, sorry. What had actually happened was the actual phone had died, and that's why iCam wasn't working, which I thought it was a problem with the actual Windows, but it's not. Hate Begsy, hate what you practice, and you shall reap what you sow. Yeah, your comments have always been great, guys. We've got a huge number of views on this and a huge number of likes, and that's because of Tommy Robinson. Now, this stream might be deleted. Obviously, it's not my copyright. If they want to put a copyright claim on us, I'll delete the video. But we did successfully get more eyes on what he was talking about today, although, as I said, it wasn't our copyright, guys. Anyway, that's me. I just wanted to pop on and clarify that, and just so that in the future, if anything happens with the copyright, we're all on the same page. So it'll be up to them if they wanted to get rid of it or not, as I wasn't there. But I have been supporting them in other things as well. My baby gorillas.